Hello. Thank you. Guape, thank you. Please, can we be upstanding to receive His Excellency and his entourage? Thank you. The national anthem.
To God be the glory. Your Excellency, sir, please permit me to start my welcome address with a story. As the Commissioner for Youth and Sports, in the world of soccer today, there are two major players, Messi and Ronaldo. A reporter once reported that he interviewed Ronaldo, who graciously said that God created him to show how sports ought to be played. And the same reporter went and met Messi, and he said, "Did you hear what Ronaldo said?" And Ronaldo replied, he said, "Honestly, I do not remember sending him." It is my great honor and privilege to stand this hour in welcoming everyone into Niger State, the city, into Mina, the city of power. Permit me to first acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, the Governor of Niger State, our boss, Alhaji Dr. Sani, Abubakar Sani Bello. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Speaker, who is ably represented here by the Chairman House Committee on Youth, I'm sorry about that. The Deputy Speaker, who is presently here. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Chairman of LGI, Honorable Shina Pella and his wife. Permit me to acknowledge the presence of my colleagues, members of the Executive Council, I would like to also acknowledge all the participants that are actively here. It delights my heart to be standing before you on this day as we unravel the beginning of greatness for the young people of Niger State in this groundbreaking training, Get Involved, leadership training. It was Jack Welch, American business executive, a chemical engineer and writer who was the chairman and CEO of General Electric that said, and I quote, "Before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself. When you become a leader, success is all about growing others." The above quotation is apt and describes today's event where selected youth of Niger State have been given the opportunity and platform of receiving the best leadership training from perhaps the best team, which is the Lead Generation Initiative. LGI, which is a non-political and non-profit organization, has made a commitment to creating opportunities for young people to channel their creativity, energy, and aspiration to adding value to their communities. It is based on this that the state government, through the leadership of our governor, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Sani Bello, has decided to add value to the potential that this organization offers, has invited them to kickstart what will be an ongoing engagement to train selected youth using their unique content and methodology. Your Excellency, we as a ministry, we are committed to ensure that our youth in the state are empowered to receive leadership training and other skills that is required to give them a place in the society. Today we renew our commitment as a ministry, and particularly as the Commissioner for Youth and Sports, whose sole responsibility is to seek for better living opportunities for youth, to empower and raise within our leaders who will not only impact on others but will demonstrate true leadership rooted in integrity, empathy, compassion, solution, and answer to many questions that bother every young Nigerite here and beyond. I have absolute no doubt in my mind that every one of our young persons seated here has desire for a better future. You want a government that works, you want better education or training for skills acquisition, you want better jobs, you aspire to greater heights. The good news is we share the same sentiment as you do. That is why we have made this opportunity open to all of you. My dear youth, all of these dreams and wishes you have are valid, but can only become fruition if you are deliberate, intentional, and choose to be involved in the project. The opportunity is right before you. Please grab it. It is your time to bring the change you earnestly desire to see and be that force of a positive change. Be involved, get involved. I must say, it is your privilege to make this change. Please go forth and do so. At this juncture, Your Excellency, Mr. Governor, all other dignitaries here present, I want to thank His Excellency for the foresight in identifying Lead Generation Initiative and inviting them to Niger State to participate in reorienting our youth and building the leadership and entrepreneurship capacity. I want to thank the founder and chairman board of trustees of Lead Generation Initiative, Honorable Shina Abiola Pela, for establishing such a formidable organization that is changing the lives of our youth in Niger State. I want to appeal to the selected youth to seize this opportunity and make the most out of it, as the first batch of beneficiaries, I call on you to be worthy ambassadors of Niger State and to devote all your time and energies and intellect as you participate in this program. I want to sincerely thank His Excellency for this opportunity and this privilege. And it is my earnest prayer that you will have a wonderful section. I sincerely want to apologize for the mix-up in the early recognitions of the dignitaries. I'm a little bit nervous, and I hope you will bear with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Can we please put hands together once again for him? Your Excellency, sir, and I'd like to humbly invite our first and master's degree chemical engineering graduates of Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, the founder of Aquila Group, the Akirungu of Ekpeland, and the Mayogun of Igbobi, Sabe, and Are Bogbani of Iseyin, who is currently a member of the House of Representatives representing Iseyin, Iteshiwaju, Kajola, Iwajowa Federal Constituency at the National Assembly. Please, let's welcome the founder and chairman board of trustees, Honorable Shino Abiola Pela.
His Excellency, the Niger State Governor, Abubakar Sani Bello, the Chairman, North Central Governors Forum, the Speaker, Niger House of Assembly, Honorable Bawa Hussein, represented by Deputy Speaker, Honorable Jubrin Dagi Baba. Deputy Speaker and other members of the State House of Assembly, Host Commissioner, Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sport and Development, Emmanuel Humar, other commissioners present, the SSG, the Chief of Staff, Head of Service. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol, most especially because our host, the Executive Governor of Niger State, has been said before, that there was going to be a council meeting today. I'm happy to join you in the Power State today in what will go down as the most impactful leadership training in Nigeria's history, the 5th edition of the Get Involved Leadership Program. The Get Involved Leadership Program is one of the laudable programs of the Lead Generation Initiative, an organization that is committed to build a new generation of leaders who will take active responsibility of building their various communities through active participation in socio-political process. I'm most delighted that this is taking place in a state that has produced prominent personalities in Nigeria, the likes of retired General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida and retired General Abdul Salam Abubakar, both former heads of states. The state has also been blessed to have His Excellency Abubakar Sani Bello, who I have worked closely with, and I call him a 21st century leader. He believes in what the youth can do. And maybe I should just quickly say how I met His Excellency. I would say I met His Excellency by chance. We served together on the committee for the reconciliation for Ondo State reconciliation during before the governorship election, where His Excellency was the chairman of the committee, and I happened to be the secretary of that committee. At first, when I met him, I developed the interest to work with him because my first meeting with him, he made mention, he was able to lay out his vision for the committee. He was able to lay out his objectives for this committee, and was able to provide all the necessary support for me to perform well. And I can tell you that the job that we did in that committee laid the grounds for APC to win in the Ondo State governorship election. Just at the beginning of this year, on the 21st of January 2021 to be precise, Lead Generation was formally launched. And I remember I only called him just a week to the event. And all he said to me is, Shino, I'm in support of this. I'm going to come to Abuja. I'm going to support this because I like the youth. I like to support the youth. And what you are doing today is what I wanted to support. So he came to that event that day. And we only had that event on the 21st of January this year. And just within a space of less than 2 months, he's able to partner with Lead Generation as the first state that will partner with Lead Generation to come to his state, identify like minds, train them, support them with what is required to drive us to achieve a new Nigeria. The Lead Generation Initiative team is here in Niger State today to train young persons in effective leadership skills, strategic communication, political mobilization, active citizenship, and nation building. We are raising awareness about the development and conscious training independent leaders, those who will be trained to train others that can drive development from the grassroots up. Even the Mr. President said in a statement when the CTC of our great party APC was created, he said we have to change our style of politics from Abuja downwards and apply the bottom-up approach, which is what Lead Generation is focused on doing. We cannot be successful until the youth know their roles in leadership. We can never be successful as long as we are not actively involved in nation building. We have to come to break the stereotype, to shatter that thinking that leadership is only for the elderly. My people, my brothers and sisters, the youth of Niger State, I want you to know today that we occupy the largest percentage in our population today, and this is a clear pointer for us that we deserve to have a seat at the table where decisions are made. There's a huge gap between the people making policies and those people that will have to weather the effects of those policies. And on this note, I challenge all the youth of Niger State to rise up to this challenge and ride on this opportunity that's been provided by LGI to be able to set a new trajectory for our great nation. The message today is simple and clear. Seek to get informed. Show interest in national discourse. Join a political party. Get involved because with our numbers, we should have the largest stake in governance. The year 2023 presents a huge opportunity for everyone interested in a new Nigeria, as there will not be an incumbent president contesting at the polls. Therefore, it is best to say that there will be a level playing ground for all. And my question to you today is, how well are you prepared for the opportunity ahead? There's a saying that says, when opportunity meets preparedness, success occurs. No opportunity will present itself like a blessing. It always comes in form of work, service, or a challenge. And challenges are food for the champions. I admonish you to take the opportunity before you today and be prepared. For this is a call for you to become an active citizen. I envision a time in Nigeria where the state of assemblies will be dominated by vibrant, intelligent young people. I envision a time in Nigeria when the federal parliament shall have a reasonable percentage of youth and women representation. A time the Nigerian name shall be like a burden on the shoulder of every citizen, and everyone shall develop an interest in developing their immediate communities. There's an urgent need to reorientate people with the right culture. This necessitated a motion that I moved on the floor of the House just last week to reinvigorate the National Orientation Agency for impactful discharge of its mandate. Gladly, it was adopted by the great chambers, and it is my view that the regular reorientation of Nigeria will serve as a preventive measure against imminent dangers, crises, chaos as it may be. The National Orientation Agency was established to reorientate Nigerians and encourage them to take part actively and freely in discussions and decisions affecting their collective welfare. But the agency has failed to live to its obligation. From inadequate funding to poorly motivated staff, the NOA is faced with daunting challenges, and it is time the federal government gives adequate attention to that agency before it completely falls apart. At Lead Generation Initiative, we understand that more than ever before, we need to train, reorientate, and charge Nigerian youth to stop lamenting endlessly about maladministration of the country, but to contribute their quota to nation building, beginning from their immediate communities. As they say, charity begins at home. So does charity begins with you. From today onward, consider yourself as a Lead Generation ambassador who has chosen to take responsibility for the development of his or her immediate community, a patriot that will be part of the formidable force ready to build strong institutions that can withstand the test of time. My brothers and sisters in Niger, most of us complain about the leadership of this country today, but we fail to understand that we need to be an example of the kind of leader that we seek for. Are we the kind of leader that we want from the comfort of our homes? Are we the leaders that we want from our compound, from our various wards, to our local government, our state, before we start talking about rebuilding Nigeria? I want to sincerely thank the Niger State government, led by my leader, His Excellency Governor Abubakar Sani Bello, for partnering with Lead Generation Initiative to see that the indigenes of the state are trained and empowered with leadership skills. Niger State has 25 local government areas, and 2 persons from each of the local government will be trained as Lead Generation supervisors, bringing the total to 50. These 50 supervisors shall go to their respective local government and replicate the training they've got to the 274 wards representatives that will join them in this journey. Also, another set of 50 persons nominated by the Niger State government through the Ministry of Youth Affairs will be trained as supervisors, pushing the total of trainees to 100. Niger State, under the leadership of His Excellency Governor Abubakar Sani Bello, understands the importance of human capital development because it is the key to ending extreme poverty and creating more inclusive societies. And I encourage other states to emulate the steps taken by Niger State government by creating an atmosphere for learning for its vibrant population. Together we shall become the change agent and drive development right from our respective communities. Nigeria shall be better in our time. God bless Niger State, our host. God bless lead generation. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank
you. Please, can we give our very great father another round of applause? Please, if you look at your clock, your time, we've crossed the promised time. It's after 12. But let me seek the permission of His Excellency for additional time, maybe 2 minutes. So permit me to humbly invite Thank you. Permission granted. So please, for the goodwill messages, stick to 1 minute. Just come in here and give a goodwill message and sit down. So we're taking just 2 instead of 5. Our first will be taking on Bibi Sharif, the Chairman, Youth Council, Niger State. You have just 1 minute. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Alhaji Abubakar Sani Bello, the Executive of Niger State, Executive Governor of Niger State, and the Governor of Governors of North Central Nigeria. Build the youth, destroy the youth. Your Excellency, because of want of time, permit me to briefly get to the goodwill message on behalf of the beneficiaries of this program and indeed the enlarged Niger State youth. I want to specifically acknowledge the presence of our able Commissioner for Youth and Sport Development, Honorable Emmanuel Umar Baga, a village man with global ideas, and all other honorable commissioners that are here present. On behalf of the youths in Niger State, His Excellency, I'm here to stand in for them to sincerely appreciate this effort of yours for finding us worthy for this kind of drive. Your Excellency, you will agree with me, this is the kind of breathing ground that was missing over a period of time. That was what I created the gap between the leaders and the led, and the young people have lost faith and confidence in leadership, and NSAS was a typical example. I want to sincerely appreciate you on behalf of the youth in Niger State for not only supporting this program, for endorsing it, for blessing it, for financing it, and attending it presently by yourself. We say a very good kudos to Your Excellency. Your Excellency, we are looking forward for this kind of engagement that will come so that the young people can actually be empowered in terms of entrepreneurship and development initiative. It may not occur to you, but we are also aware that youth are very close to your heart. You said it before us that youth constitute 60% of your vote when you return the second time. And I think you are doing just good to replicate that gesture. We sincerely appreciate you. And before I go, I will also want to appreciate the effort of this government at the center. Time will not really permit us to say, but we must say it, that there was no time in the history of this country that the government at the center has provided a laudable initiative for the young people. The Empower, the GIF, the cash transfer, the trader money, the market money, the widow money, recently the SPW. By the special grace of God, in weeks to come, some of our brothers will start smiling to the bank as members of SPW 774. I want to also sincerely appreciate the organizers of this event, the Lead Generation Initiative. We sincerely appreciate you for this drive. Thank you so very much. And to the participant, please and please take this thing with every seriousness. Take it with every seriousness. This is a golden opportunity for you to become a better person. It is a process of building a future leaders. It's a process of imparting patriotism, and it's a process, of course, of good thinking towards positivity and responsibility as a country. Thank you, Your Excellency. Before I go, I would like to report that because of the good thing you are doing to Niger Light, particularly recently, the opening of the portal by Niger State Civil Service Commission to absorb another young people into the mainstream civil service. Please put your hand applause for the Chief Excellency. Thank you so very much. The young people are praying for you. They are wishing you well. And by the special grace of God, we are hoping and praying that come 2023, you are going to take over the highest position in this country. That is our prayer, Your Excellency. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You spent 1 minute 42.3 seconds. You broke the rule. Well, let me now invite the Honorable Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, who is ably presented here by the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Jibrin Ndagi Baba. The Speaker, sir.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Niger State, my respected honorable members here present, the Executive Council members here present, the beneficiary of this program, the organizers, the press crew, and other invited guests. On behalf of my speaker, Honorable Abdullah Iba Use, we seriously thank you all for your time and attention on this program. Thank Your Excellency, the Commissioner of Youth, for partnering with GiLT so that Niger lads can get involved in leadership program. This is an opportunity for we, the youth, to be part of the leadership of the state and contribute positively to the development of the entire state and Nigeria. There is need for us to appreciate this great gesture, because instead of time for us, the youth, to go other way around and start saying things about government that they are not aware for, if they are actually part of the leadership, I believe they will know what is going on. And once you are aware of what is going on, definitely you will be able to contribute and make your impact. Seriously, we have no more to say than to appreciate Your Excellency for organizing this program for Niger Light. And we seriously appreciate all of you for your time and attention. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Our very distinguished guests, it's now time for me to humbly invite His Excellency, the Governor of Niger State, Abubakar Sani Bello, the Governor of Niger State and Chairman, North Central State Governors Forum, for his remarks.
Yes, thank you. Please sit down. the Speaker, Niger State House Assembly, represented by the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Jibrin Baba Indagi, other members present here today, members of State Executive Council present today, the SSG Head of Service, my friend and brother, the Chairman, leads Generation Initiative, Honorable Shina Pella. He has already told you how we met. And since then, there's a very strong bond between us. Our special advisors, permanent secretaries, Bibi Sharif, Chairman, Youth Council. You spoke very well, but for one, that's your 2023, please withdraw it. Apart from that, everything else you said, I like. Our youth participants from various local governments within the state, distinguished guests, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I will start with my friend, Honorable Shina Pella, and the Lead Generation Initiative. When he mentioned it to me casually, I listened to him and I said it sounded too ambitious. It sounded like something that would not be possible. But of course, I gave him the benefit of doubt. So when he invited me to his program in Abuja, I attended. And I was very impressed at the attendance. Unknowing to me, a few weeks later, he comes to me and says, we're having the same program in Niger. But by the time he mentioned to me, he had already made contacts in Niger. The aggressive nature of how he took this project seriously is what caught my attention and my interest. And when he mentioned to me, will Niger stay a partner? I said, of course, as long as it is in the interest of our youth in general. But again, I had the privilege and honor to address the youth in Abuja at the Hilton, because when you look at the vision and the mission, the aims and objectives of Lead's generation, it is something that has always been bothering me. Honorable Shina Pella gave me a brief story of how he found himself as a member House of Representatives. But I kept quiet because his story was similar to mine, but I refused to disclose mine to him. As they said, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first mile. Honorable Shina Pella, you have shown the desired leadership when you worked with me as secretary in our committee. And you made life easy for me. And you took most of the load. I have seen the enthusiasm in you in wanting to contribute your own quota towards the development of this country. The problem with Nigeria today is enormous. Every sector is corrupted. And there is no country that can develop with the level of corruption. We have to work on our characters as human beings, and we have to be nice to each other. When you say corruption, usually people will think of president, governor, House of Assembly, commissioner, minister. No. The level of corruption is at all levels. When you send your driver to buy petrol, if you give him 5,000, he will buy 2,000 petrol and keep the rest. When you want to buy meat and you give the man that is selling meat money, once you turn your face, he will cut half and give you half. When you tell your child, go and bring me water, he will say, Daddy, give me biscuit. So the level of corruption is endemic. So character determines good leadership. In a system where you have limited or few people in a political system to fill in the gaps, then you have issues in appointments, which I mentioned in Abuja. So our youth, when the presenter, Chaka Adaba, mentioned the ages of General Gowon, this and that, being head of states, governors at the ages of 25, 30, 36, that was then. And this is now. That was then because the entire population of Nigeria was probably under 40 million. They were privileged that in their time, government took over their responsibility, government sent them to the military, government paid for everything. They came out as young officers. Nigeria then having come out of a colonial rule. At that time, they wore the best we had, regardless of their age, and they had to occupy some of these positions under a military regime. But what we have now is a democratic system, and there is a process. What is the process? You must show interest in what is going on politically in your various wards. For you to effect the desired change, you must participate in the political process. And to participate in the political process, you have to be patient enough to start from the grassroots, like Honorable Shina Pella earlier mentioned. It is difficult, but it is not enough to stay on the sidelines and complain or criticize. You must offer your own quota. With Leeds Generation Initiative and this seminar, I believe that you will discuss at length what leadership is all about and how to get it. Change starts at the party. And that is what many people do not know in a democratic setup. For most of you that are degree owners, degree holders, even if you are a businessman, you're self-employed, or you're working or whatever, to effect the desired change, it starts from the nomination of your ward party executives. We see ward chairman of party or ward executives of party as nothing. No. The integrity and quality of the ward executives will provide for you the desired leaders. And how? The ward executives should be people of caliber and integrity that are able to identify an aspirant that will meet to the demands of the people and elect that person to become their nominated candidate during the primary elections. Next, the candidate goes to general election for the general public to elect whoever they want from whatever party. So if you have a say in your party at the ward level, it means you determine who represents you. When you do that, then you see the quality and caliber of elected officials will improve automatically. What we have now is the highest bidder wins it. That's what we have now. Because the quality and caliber of what executives we have see it as a means of making money, not as a means of representing their people or presenting a candidate of good character, integrity, and background that will represent the people. So selecting or getting a leader or leadership itself is not an easy task. And until the day we go back to the drawing board and participate, all of you should participate. Pay attention to what is happening in your local environments. Don't fold your arms and watch. Then they bring somebody and you start criticizing. No, participate. Only God knows from amongst you here today who will become president or governor or minister tomorrow. 10 years ago, I never knew I'd be governor. 5 years ago, Honorable Shina never knew he'd be member of House of Representatives. So everything is possible and the sky is your limit. I think I'm happy to partner with this generation to motivate and encourage a lot of our young people to participate in the political process. The quality of leadership, the integrity and the character of whoever we vote for is what will fix Nigeria. If you don't have conscience, nothing will bother you. If you have conscience, there are some things that you on your own will not attempt to do. And to the ladies, especially in Niger, very few participate in the political process. We need more women to participate in the political process. We have to be gender sensitive. We must find ourselves in a situation whereby, at least, at the minimum, we have 40% women in our political appointees, elected offices. And it can be done. I have had the opportunity with working with women, and I can tell you, in some cases, those women are most reliable. Women too chop, but they chop small. Because they will, when they are chopping, they will remember that there is tomorrow, or they will leave small. But my brother, some of them will take everything away, including the plate. So we must do something about this country. Definitely. I can tell you for free that having been in office for over 5 years, and from what I have seen, without having to blame anyone or having to blame any administration, it is a systemic failure that will require all of us to come collectively, all of us. No one single person can fix Nigeria. It will require everyone to play his or her role, to work together and to agree that we should move Nigeria forward. I can tell you for a fact that the Almighty God has given us all the resources you can think of. He has given us the vegetation, He has given us the mineral resources, He has given us the oil, He has given us the agriculture, He has given us very intelligent and educated people, but He hasn't given us the wisdom to sit down, think, coordinate, and tap and explore on these God-given assets. So it is my wish and prayer that with this engagement, with partnership, with Leeds generation, it will pave a way to look at leadership, to see what our leaders are doing, to criticize positively, when things are going wrong, and to offer our support in any manner we can in the best interest of our country. On this note, I would like to thank Honorable Shina Pela and his beautiful wife for finding Niger State worthy. Niger is the 5th state, but the first state to partner with Lead Generation Initiative in this program. From the card I have in front of me is more of a question, and I believe you all have a copy. It says, want to be a great leader. Now, that is the question I have asked myself so many times, and it's a question I want you to reflect on and search within yourself and ask yourself, do you want to be a great leader? Whatever answer you get in your mind, you work towards that. And when you do that, inshallah, by the grace of God, your prayers will be answered. I wish you all well. I wish you all a successful deliberation. And I hope to see more of these programs going on. Honorable Shida, even though I shouldn't be breaking this, inform me that in a few months' time, we will have a program for the entire North Central here in Minna, where all the participants of Lead Generation will meet here in Minna and discuss issues arising from the way leadership or leaders in our country behave and how to breed new crop of leaders. I wish all of you safe journeys back to your respective destinations. God bless these generations. God bless Niger State, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, that applause is not for me. It's for His Excellency. Thank you. Your Excellency, sir, this is historic, and they would like to make memory of this. So permit me to invite His Excellency upstage for a group photograph. And members of the high table, this is a memorable day for Lead Generation Initiative. Can we? Participants? Just go. And to symbolize this event, we want few participants after this. Okay, thank you. Just few, just 20 of them, 20 of them. Just bend down. Thank you. Bend down. Don't stand. Bend down. Squat. Squat. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Come. Spread this way. Come this way. Thank you. Bend down, bend down. Squat, squat, squat. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. No. Don't worry, thank you. All those who took photographs, selfie with the governor will one day become a governor. Thank you. Oh, thank you. The national. Thank you. The national anthem, please.
Please, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Shaka Adaba for the wonderful coordination of the last session that we had. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. We welcome you to the Get Involved in Leadership Training, Niger State edition, organized by the Lead Generation Initiative in partnership with the Niger State Ministry of Youth and Sports Development. We are, as Mr. Adaba said earlier, in the state that had produced two former head of states, a state that has the largest landmass in the country and the most beautiful states in the making. So let's give ourselves a round of applause again for making it to this event. We would be going for a lunch break in no distance time so that we can commence with the training proper. But before we do that, it is my pleasure to introduce our training partners for this event, which is Yaga Africa. The almighty Yaga Africa is here, and they are going to be taking us different sections in the course of this training. We also have a training partner in Javaman for enterprise and then job and employment, for enterprise and job skills. And so this training is not just about political leadership or corporate leadership. It is also about how to build enterprise skills. So this is what we're going to go for the tea break. Yaga Africa, LGI management team, then the first row, the second row, and the third row. So that we can do it in a very orderly manner, and then we can come back in the next 20 minutes. In 20 minutes time, we should be back to this place. Come back to this place in 20 minutes time. We do not want you to have your tea or breakfast, and then you leave to a different place. If you have to pray, pray very briefly, and then you come back so that we can resume the next section. Thank you very much. Please be seated as we order or direct you to how you take your breakfast. And as I said earlier, the tea break is just for 20 minutes and nothing more. And the time starts counting down. In 20 minutes time, we should be back to this place for the next session. Thank you very much. And please, if you've not received your breakfast tickets, can I see your hand? We've all received, right? So we'll direct you on how we'll go. Thank you very much.
Are you a Nigerian youth who is passionate about leadership? You don't have to give up on being one of the leaders of tomorrow. Get involved leadership training powered by Lead Generation Initiative through Honorable Shina Abiola Pella have chosen to empower youths across Nigeria to actively get involved in leadership roles for a better Nigeria.
What we are doing here today will be replicated in all the 36 states in Nigeria.
With the maiden edition of GiLT already taking place in Oyo State. And the follow-up edition in Osun State.
This program has really opened our eyes to see that we can go beyond politics to take up the leadership role, even in our immediate environment.
It's not without missing word. It's a fantastic experience, and that I'm sure if this is to be a master class that to be paid for, it should worth $1,000, more than $1,000.
Followed by Bauchi.
It is very important that women get involved. I'm very pleased to see more women here than we've had in Oyo and Osun State.
And I'm sure if we all are doing the same thing, if I'm doing the same thing that you're doing in your community, at the end of the day, we'll be changing the whole nation.
Get Involved Leadership Training is a leadership incubating course for young leaders. We are coming together as youth under the platform of Lead Generation Initiative to be trained as leaders of tomorrow.
And Gombe states, respectively.
Being a leader is a responsibility that is placed on someone, regardless of whether you are a man or a woman.
We sincerely appreciate the effort of the management for their timeliness, efficiency, and in fact, everything is so awesome here.
As Professor Mlama intimated in his presentation, he says throughout the ages the battle has always been the battle of the mind. Say if your mind is conquered, then you are going nowhere. The chairman and his entire management and the organizers have conquered my mind. So therefore I said a big thank you, and thank you for giving me this golden opportunity.
Are you a Nigerian youth who is passionate about leadership? You don't have to give up on being one of the leaders of tomorrow. Get involved leadership training powered by Lead Generation Initiative through Honorable Shina Abiola Pella have chosen to empower youths across Nigeria to actively get involved in leadership roles for a better Nigeria.
What we are doing here today will be replicated in all the 36 states in Nigeria.
With the maiden edition of GiLT already taking place in Oyo State. And the follow-up edition in Osun State.
This program has really opened our eyes to see that we can go beyond politics to take up the leadership role, even in our immediate environment.
It's not without missing word. It's a fantastic experience, and that I'm sure if this is to be a master class that to be paid for, it should worth $1,000, more than $1,000.
Followed by Bauchi.
It is very important that women get involved. I'm very pleased to see more women here than we've had in Oyo and Osun State.
And I'm sure if we all are doing the same thing, if I'm doing the same thing that you're doing in your community, at the end of the day, we'll be changing the whole nation.
Get Involved Leadership Training is a leadership incubating course for young leaders. We are coming together as youth under the platform of Late Generation Initiative to be trained as leaders of tomorrow.
And Gombe states, respectively.
Being a leader is a responsibility that is placed on someone, regardless of whether you are a man or a woman.
We sincerely appreciate the effort of the management for their timeliness, efficiency, and in fact, everything is so awesome here.
As Professor Mlama intimated in his presentation, he says throughout the ages the battle has always been the battle of the mind. Say if your mind is conquered, then you are going nowhere. The chairman and his entire management and the organizers have conquered my mind. So therefore, I said a big thank you, and thank you for giving me this golden opportunity.
Once again, we welcome you to the GiLT event in Niger State, organized by GiLT Leadership. We have the honor of having back the chairman of the board of trustees of this great organization, Honorable Pella, walking into the event of the event. Please give him a standing and a clap of ovation. Please stand up as a clap of ovation. Thank you very much. Keep clapping and take a seat. Appreciating those that are going to who are going to be taking this in the course of this event. So please, when we introduce someone, you have to clap for the person and also give the person due respect as part of us. One day it will be your turn, and others have also give you some respect.
Chairman, we are glad to welcome you and our Executive Director, Chief Mr. Pella, and the entire members of your entourage. Thank you very much. It's on this note that we have to begin this segment and this section of this event. Just as you've heard during the course of our chairman's speech, this organization is established to create opportunities for young persons to channel their creativity, their aspirations and their dreams to actualizing their goals in their different communities. And so you are one of the luckiest persons across the country that has been selected in your state to participate in this training. At the end of the training, our expectation is that within 2 weeks of your being trained, that you would have gone back to your local government and then you would have trained the ward reps within your local government. And so what we expect from you is that you don't just come here and enjoy the dividends of the knowledge you acquire from here, that you also go back to your community to ensure that those within your communities, those within your wards also benefit from this event. We cannot build the kind of country we aspire for, the kind of country that was talked about during the opening session, just by you coming to sit here, listening to the modules or the lectures or the talks or the trainings, and then you go back to your local government and you don't take action. The essence of this is that you should get involved in the leadership, in the community organizing, in the communication system that brings about the kind of development you want for your community. And it is on this note that we're expecting that within 2 weeks, after the 2 weeks of this training, that you would have trained your ward reps within your local government. And of course, it doesn't end with that. We expect that you should begin to also engage your community, engage your traditional rulers, engage your local government, engage your representatives to ensure that at the end of the day, we have the kind of change we should see from the bottom, from the grassroots, from the local governments, and then from our communities, our churches, our mosques, our families, and then the places that we have influence as young persons. As youth, we are not too young to effect the kind of change we want for our country. We are not too young to lead the kind of change and development we want to see in our communities. We are not too young to ensure that we stand up and say no. Few things should work for our community, for the common good of those that reside within the same place that we reside. Of course, we are not saying that it must be at the place where your parents are born. We are saying at the place where you reside, you should be able to influence change and influence social good for that community where you reside. And that is, of course, the essence of this event. And so once again, we welcome you to this event. The first session we are going to be having for the event is organizing as leadership practice, people, power, and change. And this session is going to focus on identifying the core leadership practices. All of us here, we are all leaders in our rights. And so this session is going to focus on building and bringing out that best leadership skills in all of us. So that when we are back to our different places of assignments, when I mean assignments now, I mean places where we are influencing change, when we are influencing friendship, when we are influencing our association, we are able to drive the conversation, we are able to drive the training, we are able to see that we ensure that we galvanize our immediate community for the kind of change we want. And so we are going to be inviting a training partner for this session. We expect that you pay attention to the training. At the end of the training, there's going to be an assignment, a group work, a breakout session, and you are expected to, deploy, expected to express, expected to show that you've learned something or you've learned anything serious from each of the sessions. We do not expect anyone to be outside. We do not expect anyone not to be in a breakout session. To ensure that we achieve this, we are going to have ground rules. We are going to have a set rules that are going to govern our activities in the class or in the training sessions. I hope you understand that. We all understand what the ground rules would set out how we are going to behave in the training sessions, how we are going to interact, how we are going to relate with one another, how we are going to participate. And by participation, we have a reward. We are able to engage, in the classes or the training sessions. You are able to post and share widely the activities that we are having in this training now. At the end of the training by tomorrow evening, we have an awesome reward system for all of you. So the best or the most engaging person on social media will, of course, will go home with a very handsome reward for it. Who knows? Maybe the chairman can just say, okay, you are coming to Abuja to see me, and then beyond the prizes we are giving you, the reward we are giving you, then we have lunch, we have dinner, something really great. And in all the states we've been to, particularly Gombe, Oyo, and Osun State, at the end of the training, that is always when some people realize, oh, if I had known, I would have paid more attention in class. But this is the point where you have to start. And it's important that we have to understand that common understanding. The primary target is that you pay attention, that you learn the things we are going to teach you, and when you go back to your local government within 2 weeks or from 2 weeks, in 2 weeks time now, you are expected to have trained all your ward reps. And of course, we begin to roll out our programs. Just like earlier this month, on the 8th of this month, during our International Women's Day, we had our international leadership training. After the training, we empowered 12 persons with 100,000 naira each. And that was for those that had viable business ideas. Aside that, we also had identified 6 persons. The conference we had, we expected people to pay attention. But because people weren't paying attention, at the end of the event, we decided to say, if you paid attention in the conference, write 200 words essay on what you learned. And we gave them 50,000 naira each. That is for what? For paying attention. And we're expecting that you should also pay attention in this class, in this training, so that you can also win your own prizes as well. Thank you very much. So on this note, I respectfully invite for the first training session this afternoon, a great man who has gone across different lines of training and impact making in this country. How many of us has heard about the Young Africa? How many of us has heard about Not Young to Run law? How many of us heard or participated in the issue that has to do with Not Young to Run bill, Not Young to Run act, Not Young to Run advocacy campaign and all that? You've not heard anything about Not Young to Run? Oh. Okay, you did. Today, the Lead Generation Initiative is presenting to you something very unique. We're going to be teaching you leadership rights, and we're going to teach you the practical means of ensuring that we achieve leadership. And so we have Yaga Africa in our midst, and they are going to take the first section for this training, which is leadership session rather. I don't want to mention his name, because if I do, even the governor would want to come back. So let me just keep his name for now, and I would want him to come silently, and then I will introduce him. Let's give a round of applause for him as I silently expect that he should silently come to take the mic from me. Don't mind me, I will introduce him, okay? Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. We have Ibrahim Farouk here. I would have loved to have my chairman, board of trustees, have an interaction with you. But again, he is going to be having that before your lunch. I know when you have to lunch, that is the best to end the day. So the chairman of the board of trustees will just come briefly before your lunch. You will have the intellectual lunch from him, and then you have the food lunch, and then we'll just close the day. But meanwhile, I have to introduce to you now Ibrahim Farouk, the program officer of Yaga Africa, all the way from Abuja down to Bina to ensure that this weekend is awesome and that you learn about leadership. Please give him a round of applause and stand up also as you clap for him. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, so we have finished some of the official business. So now it is time to get into the proper training. Okay? So if we can just agree among ourselves on some certain things. People like my sister will just drop your phone unless it's an emergency that you have to deal with, so that I can have everybody's attention. Can we agree to do that? Okay. Can we agree that as much as possible, try and be quiet and listen? But if you need to ask questions at any time, just feel free to raise your hand and I would identify you and we can take your question. So it's just going to be a discussion. Is that fine? Is that fine? Okay. Also, I don't want to be talking to myself. So when I ask you a question, I also want an answer. Can we agree that that is going to be what is going to happen for this training? Okay. Secondly, I wish it was possible for everyone to introduce themselves so I can know some of your names. But because we're running out of time, that will not be possible. But if I can see your name, especially for those of you who are sitting in the front, I can call your name at any time and ask you questions. All right? Is that fine? Okay, so we're going to be having a discussion today around organizing as a leadership practice. And we're going to be talking about people, power, and change. The media team is going to try and make sure the presentation comes up on the screen so that you can follow me while I'm speaking. But if you look at your agenda, this first session talks about organizing as a leadership practice. And we're going to be talking about people, power, and change. And this session just sets the background, sets the foundation for the rest of the training and the rest of the conversations that we'll be having for the rest of today and for tomorrow. What I'm going to try and do in this session is to explain what the basic concepts are. The basic concepts around leadership, the basic concepts around organizing, the concepts around people, the concepts around power, and the concepts around change. Is that clear? So very quickly we'll just be talking about that. I'll be asking you some questions as well so that I can learn from you and you can also learn from me. Okay? At the back, can you hear me? Are we together? Okay, so my first question is, has anyone attended a leadership training like this before? If you have attended a leadership training like this before, can you just raise your hand? One person, 2, 3. Okay, 4. So we can see very few of us have had an opportunity like this. And the point that I want to make is that do not take it for granted. The fact that you have been chosen to be part of this training today. There are a lot of people who are applied who would have loved to be part of this training today, but they cannot be here. So for the fact that you are chosen and that today you are part of this training that will last today and tomorrow, and after this training you will also be required to go to your various local government areas and practice the leadership skills that you have been taught and continue to work as members of the Lead Generation Initiative is something that we should not take for granted. But since I know the people that have attended leadership trainings before, I'm not going to ask them this question. And my question, and I want to hear from different people, is what is leadership? What is leadership?
Since you're smiling at me, I think you want to answer.
Actually, leadership based on my understanding.
Okay, yes, so introduce yourself, tell us your name and your local government so we can get to know you.
Okay, I'm by name Abakar Yusuf from Boso local government. I'm a participant. Based on my knowledge, the word leadership is simply meaning the act of guiding, leading, tolerant, as well as discipline that you as a person or you as a chosen person should lead by example.
Okay, so I can see some people are already raising their hands, and someone said leadership is by example, but I'll come to you. But tell us, what is leadership?
My name is Asma Ahmed Muhammad from Lapai local government. Leadership can simply be defined as a person to lead a group of leaders.
So thank you very much. So leadership or a leader is a person who leads other people. I think I saw about 2 hands here and 1 hand here. So I'll take some of these contributions and then we can continue our conversation.
My name is Alamin Ismail Akau. I'm from Bida local government. Leadership is the ability to shoulder responsibilities.
I'm by name Prince Mohammed San Hassan, representing Plateau North. Leadership is capacity, zeal, commitments, dedication to lead group of people or organization to find a better direction.
I'm Alasan Adam by name, from Alkalari local government of Plateau State. Leadership simply means the art of motivating a group of people toward achieving common goals.
Okay, so some concepts are starting to come out around accepting responsibility, around motivating, around leading, around guidance.
My name is Akintola Abdulaziz. I'm representing Machine local government. Leadership is an act of motivation in a group of people. Okay, can you? My name is Akintola Abdulaziz. What I understand by leadership is an act of motivating a group of people in order to achieve a common goals.
My name is Hassan Jibril Musa from Lavon local government. Literally, leadership means an act of leading, which is executed by someone known as a leader. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll take one more person from here and then we'll continue.
My name's Leadership is an act of responsibility saddled on an individual to help pilot the affairs of a given society or a group of society, state or group of society, in order to fine-tune and propel the well-being of that society to progress and change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I thought you'd clap for him because one of the things he said that really stood out for me was around change. And if you remember, I said we're going to be talking about people, we're going to be talking about power, and we're going to be talking about change. But before we continue, I just want you to come to this training with an open mind, because you'll be learning about new concepts and new ideas around leadership, new ideas around people, new ideas around power, new ideas around change, new ideas around how to organize. And as you learn these new ideas, you will also be learning practically, because we would have practical sessions where you would have to either demonstrate or work together in a group to take what you have learned from the sessions as well. But also, something that was very interesting, and I think it was my sister, you said your name is Asma, that said about leaders. Nobody said that a leader is born. Are leaders born or are leaders made? Are leaders born or are leaders made? Are there specific people that once they are born, you said this person must be the leader? Or can anyone develop leadership skills among himself or herself and grow and learn to be a leader? So are leaders born or are leaders made?
Leaders made.
Leaders are made. Okay, so this is a democracy, so we're going to vote. For those of you who say leaders are born, leaders are born. Some people are born and naturally they are meant to be leaders. And if you're not born into a certain family, you cannot be a leader. Is there anyone that agrees with that statement that says leaders are born? Nobody. Okay, so the other side is leaders are made. And leaders are made means anyone can become a leader. Anyone can develop leadership skills. Anyone can learn about leadership. And leaders are made. So you have to vote. I can see some of us are not voting. Okay? So now let's vote again. For those of you who say leaders are born, let me see your hands up. Leaders are born. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Leaders are made. Okay, so I think the prevailing agreement is that leaders are made. And I also agree that leaders are made. And if we agree that leaders are made, that means each and every one of us in this room are leaders. And we have the ability to develop our leadership capacity. You don't have to be born into a certain family to become a leader. You don't have to be born in a certain place to become a leader. Each and every one of us has that capacity for leadership. But one of the things that we must do is we must develop the leadership capacities that we have. Because leaders develop themselves. Leaders build their capacity. You read books, you come for trainings, you lead other people. You identify what are the problems in my community or what are the problems in my society and how can I bring about change. And that is the work of a leader. And a leader organizes the people within your community or within your constituency. A leader mobilizes the resources that you have. And resources are power. And by mobilizing those resources, you're able to bring about change. And those are some of the things that I'm going to be talking about. Sanusi, can I get a marker, please? So I have my own definition of what leadership is. And while we're trying to sort out the technology with the screen, I'm going to tell you what I understand as leadership. Okay. Leadership for me means accepting responsibility. Here said leadership is about responsibility. So first of all, leaders accept responsibility to enable others. So leadership is about accepting responsibility for enabling others to achieve purpose under conditions of uncertainty. Okay? So if you're writing it down, my colleague is going to put it down on the board. But I'm going to say that again if you're taking notes. And leaders also take notes when they come for trainings. So leadership is about accepting responsibility to enable others to achieve purpose under conditions of uncertainty. And I'm going to try and break down this definition for you very quickly. Okay? So first is that leadership is about accepting responsibility. So as a leader, you're responsible for other people. You have a responsibility. Leadership comes with its own responsibility. Okay? But I said leadership is about accepting responsibility to enable others. And if you remember the different definitions, we're talking about how leadership it helps to lead other people, to guide other people. So you're now accepting responsibility for other people. And this definition of leadership can be applied in any aspect of leadership where you find yourself in. So you do not have to find yourself as the executive governor of Niger State, or the governor of Plateau State, or the governor of Bauchi State, or where our guests from. I can see someone from Plateau State. You don't have to be an executive governor. You don't have to be the president of Nigeria. You don't have to be a senator of the Federal Republic. You don't have to be a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to be a leader. You don't have to be a member of the House of Representatives. You don't have to be a member of the House of Assembly. You don't have to be the chairman of your local government or a councillor in your ward to be a leader. But wherever you find yourself, in your community, in your society, within whatever you consider your constituency. So whether you go to the church or whether you go to the mosque, there are many different groupings, and we find people who are showing leadership. But leaders enable others to achieve purpose under conditions of uncertainty. Now, different groups have different purposes. And so as a leader, you ask yourself, what is the purpose? This group that I am leading, what is our purpose? What are we trying to achieve? Or what are we trying to change? And finally, is that leaders operate under conditions of uncertainty. And what do I mean when I say conditions of uncertainty? Is that sometimes you're not sure if you're going to win. You're not sure if you're going to achieve purpose. But as a leader, you accept responsibility, you organize and you mobilize your constituency. And even if you do not achieve your purpose first time, you can go back to your people, you can monitor and evaluate and find out what did I do well, what did I not do so well. And you can come back and you can try again until we get to the point where we achieve purpose. Okay? Should I give you an example? Let me give you an example. So recently I can see that we're wearing masks. Really? Because we're dealing with COVID-19. Is that correct? Is that correct? Okay. And in some communities, for instance, you had leaders who took responsibility to either say, I am going to start sewing face masks and giving people in the community, or I'm going to start producing sanitizer or even buying sanitizer and distributing within my community. Some other people say what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a bucket and put a tap and put soap so that members of my community can wash their hands. The people who took these actions are leaders. And let me explain to you, using my definition, is that these leaders accepted responsibility. They took it upon themselves that it is my responsibility to enable other people, to enable the people either in my compound or in my school or in my office, okay, to achieve purpose. And his purpose is that we do not want to spread COVID-19, okay? And under conditions of uncertainty, COVID-19 was a new virus. We did not know what was going to happen. Some people did not know whether they are going to survive. You know, but this is a leader who is accepting responsibility to enable others to achieve their purpose. And their purpose is we are not trying to spread the virus. under conditions of uncertainty, meaning we don't know what is going to happen. So that's my definition of leadership. And for those of you who can read what is on the board, we hope that before we finish this, we can have it on the screen. So secondly, I'm going to talk about another concept called organizing. And before we leave, there are a few things that I want us to understand. Is that leaders are organizers and organizers are leaders. Okay? So I had started by saying all of us are leaders. So if there's one thing that after I finish speaking English for how many hours, if there's one thing that you're going to remember, if you forget every other thing that I said today, is to remember that each and every one of us are leaders. Each and every one of us seated in this room, listening to me today, that are participating in this training are leaders. And like I said, leadership is not about holding position. Leadership is about accepting responsibility to enable others to achieve purpose under conditions of uncertainty. But I also said that leaders are organizers, and organizers are leaders. For me, I would have gone around to ask us, what do you mean, what do you understand by organizing? Okay? But organizing to us is a form of leadership. So that's why I said leaders are organizers, and organizers are leaders. Organizing is a form of leadership. Thank you. So my definition is, if you can see the screens on the stage, it says organizing is a form of leadership that enables a constituency to turn its resources into the power that it needs to achieve its goals. And this is done through recruitment, training, and development of leadership. What this means is that an organizer or a leader enables a constituency, and I'll talk about what a constituency is. But when I'm referring to a constituency, I'm not talking about a political constituency here. The constituency for this training is not your ward. It's not your state constituency. It's not your federal constituency or your senatorial constituency. It is not the whole state as a constituency or the whole country as the president's constituency, so to speak. But in your office, you have a constituency. If you are a member of a political party, for instance, that is also your constituency. If you are part of the Market Women's Association, for instance, that is your constituency as well. So whatever grouping of people that you find yourself in, that is your constituency. And organizing is a form of leadership that enables your constituency to turn resources into power. Now, every constituency has resources. Like I said, come to this training with an open mind, because we're learning new things. And most times when we talk about resources, the first thing that we think about is money. Okay? But resources is not just about money. Every constituency has different resources that they have. When we talk about different states in Nigeria, we either talk about mineral resources or natural resources. Even human beings, as a human being, you're a resource. The knowledge that you have is a resource. And within our different constituencies, within the different groups that we work, there are many different resources. And let me just give you an example in this room. The ability to handle the camera very well is a resource that someone else has, that I do not have. Someone designed this beautiful hall that we can see, and that is a resource. Resources are also like skills. There are some people that if you tell them to come to the radio or come to TV for an interview, even if you wake them up from sleep, they know how to talk in a way that will convince you. And that's a resource. But for some other people, if Even if you beg them from morning to night, they'll tell you, I don't know how to talk on TV, I don't know how to talk on radio. And so they will not agree. So they do not have that skill, it's not a resource. But maybe they have a different resource. Maybe they know how to mobilize. Maybe if you tell them, I need 100 people to come out today, we are going to go and protest. You give them 30 minutes, they have gathered 100 people for you. See, that's a different resource. And within our constituencies, we all have those different resources. And today and tomorrow, we're going to be talking around how you can build a team within your constituency, how you can identify what those resources are, and how you can start to build a team. Okay? And the team, that's your people, that's your constituency. And from building a team, you start to find out what are those resources that we have that we can turn into power. And eventually, it would lead to a change. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so I've been talking about people, and I'm just going to, because I've spent a lot of time talking around people, I'm not going to spend too much time going over it, but I said your people are your constituency. And remember, I said your constituency in this case is not your ward, it's not your federal constituency. It's your group of people. If you're an Arsenal fan like me, you can say our group of Arsenal. If you have a group of Arsenal fans that you watch football together, that can be your constituency. You know, and it depends on what you like or what your interests are. But every constituency has interests. It has resources, it has values, and we also have challenges that we face. And remember, I had started talking about what are the resources that we face within our constituencies. What are the resources that we have within our constituencies? But one of the very important things that you must identify as your constituent within your constituency is what are your values? What are the values that we share as a constituency? You know, and that helps us as a people to bond. Okay? How many of us are football fans? Are there any football fans here? Oh, you're an Arsenal fan? Okay, so Liverpool will flog us next weekend. Yes. But we share common values. So even as Nigerians, we can say we are a constituency when it comes to the Super Eagles. Because all of us want to see the Super Eagles win. We share that commonality. We have a common interest. We are all interested in seeing the progress of our football team or the progress of the Super Falcons, the female team as well. We want to see them do well. But a constituency also has their challenge. We're talking about the challenges when I'm discussing how we can identify the change that we need to make in our constituency. Next slide. So what is power? And let me just ask a few people, what is power? I thought you'd encourage her more than that. She said power is the strength or the ability to accomplish a certain task. And of course, she's correct. What is power? And I'm not going to let any of the men answer because you always like to think you're powerful. So what is power?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jemima Dada. I'm representing Chenchega local governments. Power is the ability to influence the decisions of a group of people.
Power is the ability to influence the decision of a group of people. What is power? And again, I said, I don't want the men in the room to tell me what is power, because we think we are the most powerful people. But I'll let the people with the real power tell us what is power.
My name is Deborah Jiri from Edati local government. Power is, from my view, is the act or capability to enforce ideas or enforce some certain responsibilities. The ability or the capabilities for someone to enforce acts.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm Amina Garbayaru from Bargu local government. To the best of my ability, power is a possession to control over other individuals, maybe over their ideas.
All right, I thought you'd put your hands together for them, because this is a very good, and it would come to what I'm talking about. The last answer, she said, you have power over other people together and say you will make me do what you want. Who has more power? All of you. So all of you together have more power. Okay. So that's very interesting, but we'll be talking about that. Next slide, please. Because power is around the relationship between interests and resources. And if you remember, when I was talking about your people, about your constituency, I said a constituency has interests, you have resources, you have values, you have challenges. But when we talk about what are the... It's not working. Okay. Left, right. This is the next slide. Power is around interest and resources. And I'm going to give you a quick example. And if you can see what we have on the screen, there are two diagrams there. One says power with. So power with, it means that a group of people together, you have power. The other diagram below says power over. It means that there's one person that has power over the rest. And if you can see the diagram very clearly, when it talks about power with, it looks like everybody's almost standing on the same level. So together we're all level. We all have power, and when we come together, we are more powerful. But when it talks about power over, it means that one person has all the resources within that constituency and decides what happens and what does not happen. So let me just give you an example to illustrate what it means by power with and power over. I think the last speaker said she came from Borgu. Is that correct? And Borgu is very far away. It's almost like 7 hours, or what's the distance? So, if I want to go to Borgu from Mina, okay? And I have a car, but I don't have money to buy fuel, okay? But she wants to go home. After the training, she also wants to go to Borgu. But she does not have a car, but she has money, which is also a resource. And she wants to go home. Okay? And where are you from? Okay, but for now you're from Borgu. So you also want to go to Borgu, okay? But you don't have a car and you don't have money, but you can drive. Okay? So 3 of us, we have different resources. One person has the car. One person has the ability to drive the car. Another person has the money to buy fuel for us to travel. By myself, with my car, but I don't have the ability to drive and I don't have money to buy fuel. Can I achieve my purpose? Can I achieve my purpose? Okay. So me, with my car, and my friend that can drive, but we don't have money to buy fuel to go to Borough, can we achieve our purpose? Okay, so what do we need to achieve purpose? We need fuel. So our sister has money for fuel. So with her, money for fuel, and him that can drive but no car, can they achieve purpose? No. So we all need three of us together. The person with the car, the person that can drive and knows the road, and the person that has the money to buy the fuel. You see, by the time we all come together, we have power together. But if I have the car, I have money for fuel, and I can drive, and I know the road, I can decide to tell him, it is when I want us to leave, that's when we'll leave, because now I have power over him. Do you understand? Do you understand when we talk about power with and power over? Is it clear? Is it a clear example? So you see, together with the different resources that we have, when we combine our resources, we have power together. But if we cannot bring our resources together to achieve purpose, we cannot reach the destination that we want. And that is what leaders do. Using this example, leaders in their constituency, in their community, they find out what are the different resources, what are the different skills that people have, and what do we want to achieve? What is the change that we want to see? So this conversation that I'm having around resources, this is the conversation around power. Because by the time we put our resources together, we become more powerful. In your community, a resource can be the connection that someone has. There can be someone in your community that will just make one phone call and you have an appointment in the governor's office. You see, that's a resource. But that person might not have money in their pockets. You know, they might not be the most influential person in the community, but the networks that they have, the connections that they have. Someone knows how to sit down and write an article and just send it maybe on social media or send it to the newspaper. And before you know, this information that they have written has gone around the whole country. That is a resource. And we have these resources within our communities, within our constituencies. But as leaders, we have to learn to accept responsibility, to enable others. And by enabling others, we are organizing the resources that we have within our constituencies. We are organizing these resources into power. And then with this power, we're going to talk about change. Okay? So I've talked about organizing as a leadership practice. And I've tried to talk about, lay the foundation for some of the basic concepts. So can you tell me, what is leadership? Yes, you. Yes, you, black like me. Yes, turning back. What is leadership?
Good afternoon. I am Hussein Mohammed from Edasi local government. For my own understanding, leadership is accepting responsibility in order to achieve a common goal.
No, so I gave a definition of leadership. What's that definition?
Leadership is accepting responsibility to turn the resources, to turn a consistency resources, and to turn resources of a consistency to achieve a particular goal. I say leadership is accepting responsibility that enable you to turn the resources.
I'm by name Yusuf Muhammad Waziri from Edati local government. According to what you said, leadership means accepting responsibility to achieve the responsibility to enable others to achieve purpose under condition of uncertainty. That's what you said.
So thank you very much. And like I said earlier, we have taken our time. You traveled yesterday from your various local governments. We have traveled from our various locations to come and spend time together to learn around leadership. Also, I said that there are many people who want to be here instead of you. So I beg you in the name of God to take these next 2 days very seriously. Because what you learn today and tomorrow is the knowledge you're going to continue to use as you continue to work as ambassadors and leaders for lead generation. And this is a training that is not just for this training that you can apply it. We apply leadership in every aspect of our lives. So whether you have a shop where you're selling goods, you can apply leadership principles. Whether you're watching football with your friends, you can apply leadership principles. And if you grew up playing football like me, you would know that there's power with and there's power over. And maybe because I like watching football, I'm always giving these analogies. Is that the person that owns the ball, the day that his leg is paining him and he carries his ball and he goes home, the match has ended. But when you contribute your 5 naira, 10 naira at that time and you buy this ball that they call health, no one can say, it's my ball. All of us will say, it is our ball. And that is the kind of leadership that we want each of us to learn, that all of us are leaders. All of us have a responsibility to play. And leadership starts from what we do here, from what we do now, and in the way that we conduct ourselves. And I was not the one that said it. Someone here said leadership is by example. Okay, who said leadership was by showing example? So as leaders, we are going to have to start showing examples of leadership from today, from this training. Okay? So let's move forward. I've talked about power with and power over. But we can also change when we have a situation where somebody has power over, and change it to a situation of power with. Okay? An icebreaker. Okay. So, we can change from having power over to having power with. And how does this happen? We need to identify what is the change that we want to see in our community. Who has the resources to create that change? Okay? What do they want? Those of us, when you find yourself in a situation when someone has power over you, okay? You have to ask those who have power over you, what is it that they want? Okay? And how can you give them what they want to bring about the change that you have? And I'll talk about this very quickly because I'm going into talking about change. So we can go to the next slide. And again, you ask the question, what is change? And change means different things to different people. In your community, in your society, in your constituency, what are the problems that your people face? And there are different types of problems. And as a leader, when you talk about people, you talk about power, and now we're talking about change. So you ask yourself, what are the problems that my people face? For some, it is a matter of underrepresentation. And you can say, oh, women are not represented in decision making. And I was happy to hear the governor talk about the importance of increasing the participation of women in decision making spaces. But it could also be a societal problem. It could be a problem around education or a problem around health. You know, it could be an infrastructural problem. And you would ask yourself the question, how will the world look different if these problems were solved? So as a leader, you start to envision what would look different if I solve this problem of my community. What would change? And then you now ask yourself, what are the first steps I can start to take to solve this problem? Because solving problems and bringing about change does not happen overnight. Okay? It starts with a first step, and then you take the next step, and you continue to move forward as you try to bring about change. Okay? If I want to go, and using the example I used earlier, if I want to travel from here to Borgu, I will not just wake up and just move without taking some steps. I will make sure that the car can move, or that the car is serviced, that I have good tires, that my driver has a driver's license, that the person with the money has enough money to buy fuel for us to take us there. So there are different steps that we need to take in order to bring about change. The next slide, please. Okay. In understanding what is change, we also need to articulate what is your theory of change. And I think as leaders, there are many questions that we ask ourselves. And one of the things that is very important for us to ask ourselves is that this problem, this change that we want to see, what has been stopping it from changing? Why hasn't it been changed before now? So that's your theory of change. Because there are problems that have been existing for a long time, and many people have tried to solve the problems or to bring about a change. And for one reason or another, it has not happened. So in articulating what is called your theory of change, you ask yourself the questions: the problem that I'm hoping to solve, why hasn't it been solved already? And one of the things is to ask the question, is it because the people who need information to solve this problem don't have enough information? So is it a problem around information? Is it a problem around orientation? Is it a problem around changing the systems? And so this helps us to understand what are those steps that we need to take in order to bring about change. You'd also ask yourself, some people don't realize that it is even a problem. So sometimes if you talk about increasing the participation of women in decision making, for instance, some people will say, oh, it's not a problem. Oh, let the men do it. Oh, the men know everything. But if it's a problem of information, to understand that a democracy is around representation and inclusion, and all groups need to be represented and to participate, whether you're a woman or whether you're a youth or whether you're a man, everyone has a role to play. That helps you to articulate what your theory of change is. The next slide. There are three things that I'll say about change. Is that one, change is specific. So when change happens, you can clearly see it. You can clearly see that there has been a change from the previous situation to the current situation. Secondly, change is concrete. You can feel it, even if it is not infrastructural or about a social amenity, for instance. But with those ones, they are even more concrete. If the problem is education and you're able to build a school, if the problem is health and you're able to construct a hospital, you can see concrete change. And you can see the significant changes that come as a result. And change is also significant. So when we're talking about change in our constituency, let us remember that change is specific, change is concrete, and change is significant. Okay, can you just go to the last slide so we can wrap up? Okay. So that is it. And I've tried to set the foundation for us to understand what leadership, organizing, people, power, and change. And remember that I said, come to this training with an open mind, because you'll be learning new ideas, you'll be learning new concepts. What you thought you knew about power before, you will learn new things. What you thought you knew about leadership, you will learn new ways of leadership. But as I just conclude this session, and then we'll take a few minutes for questions and some answers, is around structuring leadership. And if you can see the screens, there are three leadership models that we have. And the first leadership model on the left shows one leader, and everybody is pointing to him. that leadership style or that leadership model has one person, and everyone is dependent on him. He's the only leader. Okay? The leadership model in the center shows another form of leadership that says we are all leaders, but everyone is just leading himself or leading herself. But the last model of leadership is what is called an interdependent model of leadership. And what this leadership model does is that one leader builds more leaders, and you build those leaders to continue to build leadership in other people. And that is why I said leaders are made, and a leader continues to make other leaders. One of the true hallmarks of a great leader is that he or she continues to make other leaders. So everyone is not just dependent on him. If to organize this program, we only had a leadership model where one person says, I'm the leader, and all the decisions rest on me, trust me, you will not be able to have a program like this. But you have someone who is leading a media team. You have someone who is leading the team with participants. You have someone who is leading the team of the trainers. And so it is a group of leaders. And in LGI, they call them the management executive. So this is a group of leaders who are also within their own teams, building other leaders. And that is the best model of leadership. Please, if there's nothing you remember, I just want to leave you with 3 points. Okay? 1 is that leaders are organizers and organizers are leaders. Secondly, leadership is about people. Leadership is about people. You cannot be a leader and not have other people, and you cannot build other leaders. Lastly, leaders build or leaders make other leaders. Thank you very much.
Let's keep clapping for Ibrahim Farouk, the program officer of Yaga Africa. He is my direct boss, he is my mentor, he is my leader. But again, we have a leader. Thank you very much. I was going to be too fast in making judgment for him, making decisions for him, that we should invite the overall leader. You know, when there's a leader that leads, and there's always a spiritual leader. I was going to invite the spiritual leader to come and give you his mark. However, I've been directed by my boss now that I need to, of course, ensure that the things he said, that a leader is an organizer is a leader. And leadership is about what? Leadership is about what? And what's the last thing he said? Leadership is about what? The last?
Building.
Building what? Building roads?
People.
All right, that means Ibrahim did a fantastic work as usual. He has never failed Yaga Africa, he has never failed Lead Generation Initiative, and he has never failed this country. And we are confident that with young people like this, we would have the kind of country we aspire for. So we would take your questions, and then he would respond to the questions before we invite the chairman of our board of trustees. Mr. Ibrahim, thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Please, a round of applause for him once again, please.
As I said earlier, I'm by name Yusuf Muhammad Waziri from Edati local government. I want to know from what you said, because you said leaders are made. And I can tell you that some leaders are not made. Some are born traditionally. So I want to know if there is, because leaders are actually made in some other ways. But traditionally, I want you guys to believe, and everyone to believe, that leaders traditionally, because when you want to be a leader traditionally, they can never pick someone from other side that is not being born from that blood. I don't know, maybe there is something you can tell us about this.
So let me just answer this very quickly. Yes, traditionally some leaders are born. But even those who are traditionally born as leaders, they develop leadership capacity within themselves to ensure that they are good leaders. You know, even in the palace, they have people who teach them about leadership, teach them how to do it. So even if you're born traditionally into a leadership family, you also have to be made into a leader. You have to develop that leadership capacity within yourself.
As I said, I'm Prince Mohammed Sana Hassan by name. Though this is my field because I study human resource management, but sometimes I always argue with my lecturers regarding leaders are made who are born. I argue because I could remember since when I was in primary school, I don't know what is leadership, but from my primary 1 to 6, I'm a class monitor. From JS1 to SS3, I'm a class monitor up to a prefect to my tertiary institutions. So the question is that it was made because I don't even know how it started, and from there I become a leader up to date. So I always argue with my lecturers regarding leadership are made or are born. But to me, most leaders are born.
You know, but from your illustration, I would say you are made into a leader because you developed leadership capacity from a very early age, and you started to build it, whether it was from primary school or to secondary school, and they noticed that leadership capacity within you, and you developed as a leader from a young age. Maybe very soon we'll see you in the House of Reps because that leadership capacity has been in you from the very beginning. So are there any more questions? Okay, so can I see how many more questions do we have? I'll take 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, hello, good afternoon. My name is Adam Taku from Kacha Local Government. You spoke at length about organizing. So I personally have tried organizing 1 or 2 events in my own community, and they are filled with. I would expect. I'm sorry, I wanted to ask how would I successfully organize leadership events or something like that in my community?
Okay, so I think your question is taking us a bit ahead. By the end of tomorrow, if you still have this question, we'll answer the question. But the sessions today and tomorrow will help to build your capacity on how to be a better leader and how to be a better organizer. So just calm down small. And if at the end of this training you still have that question, we'll talk about it.
Thank you so much, Chenemi Bame. Thank you, Honorable Pella, and thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. Such an impactful session. You spoke about constituency, which is what got my attention, and clearly stating that constituency refers to people, and given that leadership is all about people, but how about looking at constituency as an area, let's say particular sphere, because it will look, let me say, impregnable or unassailable to try to just come into a place and lead. How about saying there's a particular sphere that everyone was created to lead at, since we say everyone is a leader? Say, for example, in this community, let's say I'm good with media or organizing people. How about, say, channeling my energy in that direction and not, even though there are people everywhere, but looking at areas where you were designed to lead at? Is there such a concept like that? Thank you so much.
So I'm happy that at least you understand that a constituency is not just a political grouping, but it is a group of people. There's nothing wrong with identifying a constituency where you have your strengths, but anywhere can be a constituency. This room, this training can be a constituency, and someone can decide to take leadership from among this room and say, oh, we want to see something change. And it depends on what you want to see change. So anywhere can be your constituency. You don't just have to limit it to your area of strength. But if that is where you have identified as your constituency, it is fine. Those are your people, and you have identified that as your constituency. But if we continue to limit ourselves, and say I must only work in the area where I'm strong, or in the area where I have a lot of knowledge, then we are not truly showing leadership. Because a leader can enable a constituency, and it doesn't have to be the area where he's strong. A leader that is made, that has developed that capacity for leadership within himself. Because if you remember, in my definition of leadership, it's about operating under conditions of uncertainty. And that is what true leadership is. You're not always sure that you're going to achieve success. And my brother said he has tried before and he has failed. And that's, sometimes failure is a good thing, because you learn. You're not certain. You go back, you learn, you come back, you do better. And it also helps to make you a better leader. So I'll just take 2 more questions here. I'm so sorry we're running out of time, but we're still here for the rest of today and tomorrow.
I'm Niger from Barugu. From your explanations about the leadership, you said leaders build and leaders make other leaders. In this contemporary world that we are in now, we found ourselves in so many situations where people who are leaders now don't even want their followers or the masses to even come close to them, not to even know the way or the route they will even take for them to become leaders. That is, they oppress anybody who they feel that wants to even come close to become a leader in their society or in the community. So in such situation, how do we bring or come about this one you just taught us now, that leaders build or other leaders build in other leaders? That is my question.
My name is Comrade Idris Isa Haruna from Boso Local Government. I am among the coordinators of this program, Niger State coordinators. My question is very simple and short. In the leadership era, giving and taking bribe is caused by what? Thank you very much.
Okay, so to answer the first question, if you remember, I said leadership is not just about positions. And it seems from your question, you're referring to leadership as those who are holding leadership positions. So maybe someone who is the chairman of a local government, for instance, does not want to build other people to take over from him or her. But one of the reasons why we're here today is so that we're building a new crop of leadership. Leaders who understand that the only way to actually sustain yourself, and like I said, it's one of the true hallmarks of a leader, is that he or she builds other leaders. Because even if you hold a leadership position, you cannot hold that leadership position for your whole life. One day you must step down, whether you like it or not. Even if you hold it, one day the God that you serve will call you to come back home. So one of the things we're doing together and working together as partners on this project is building a new crop of leaders, a new set of leaders that understand that leadership is about building other leaders. It's about people. And leadership is not just about holding positions as well. Your question was around what causes bribe in society. And I think that's maybe one of the hardest questions you have asked me today. And I think the simple answer, from what I know, is human greed. One of Nigeria's past leaders said there's enough for all of our needs, but there's not enough for all of our greed. Again, a leader who understands the resources you have in a community and how to turn those resources into power will not need to be taking bribe for anyone, because once you work within your community, once you're able to enable your constituents, you do not need to take any bribes to bring about the change that you need. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Another round of applause for Ibrahim. Keep clapping for him. Keep clapping for him. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. We appreciate you for your insight, for your wisdom, and then for sharing your thoughts with us on what leadership entails. We are hopeful that in the next 2 weeks, we'll begin to see the leadership skills that you've taught them now begin to manifest in our different local governments when we begin to hold the training for our ward reps. Thank you very much. It's on this note that I invite, Ibrahim just talked about leaders being able to build other leaders, right?
We have a leader here who has been able to build other leaders conveniently, and then with his credentials of competence in leadership, we are learning from him in two ways, both in practice, leadership in practice and what he does every day, and then by leadership of what he knows and what he's teaching us. It's my pleasure to invite the chairman and the board of trustees of this great organization, Honorable Shino Pella, to share just briefly, a few lines of thoughts, and then after that, we'll have a group photograph, and then we'll go to the next station. Keep clapping, please. And if I were you, I will stand up as I do so. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chairman. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Everybody can have a seat. You caught me on that.
This deck here.
Yeah, it is very important to have this session. I'd like to thank the speaker that has finished training you, Ibrahim. Thank you very much. And also, I'd like to welcome you again, to the Get Involved Leadership Program, which is a two-day program of training you with the right knowledge that you need to be able to add value from our various communities, ranging from your ward level to your local government to the states. Probably maybe this session can be an interactive session. Probably maybe it can be like a question and answer. Probably maybe there are things that you'd like to know about lead generation, or you'd like to know about me, or advice on how to address or challenge the present situation that is affecting us as a nation. But before I give you opportunity, while I was having my speech, probably maybe 2 or 3 things skipped my mind, which I can use this opportunity to talk about. The first one is to let us understand the importance of the 3 C's. I learned that from one of my leaders, that as Nigerian youth, we need to possess 3 C's. That is the character, that is competence and courage. So I want you to know that it is very important at this time to understand that we need to rise up to challenge the status quo in Nigeria, basically because the young people occupy the largest percentage of our population. In Nigeria today, I know over 65 years and above are already less than 5% of our population. And young people in Nigeria occupies at least over 60% of our population. So this is a clear pointer that we must be able to do something. And like I said during my speech, we must understand the importance of opportunity. We must understand what opportunity means. Opportunity is a circumstance or time for things to happen. And it happens. God doesn't tell you that there's going to be an opportunity for you. It just happens. So that's why this opportunity comes but once. And also, there's a saying that says, when opportunity meets preparedness is when you achieve success. So what I will do is to identify the opportunity that lies ahead in 2023. And basically maybe use this opportunity to let you know what triggered my involvement in politics. I joined politics in 2018. I've always been involved in business. I'm the chairman of Aquila Group of Companies. We have interest in energy, oil and gas, in building and construction, and also in entertainment. I'm sure most of you here will know Quillox. During, I think around 2017, I decided to come up with a plan for Quilox called Quilox World Tour, where we take the nightlife experience in Quilox to some other cities around the world, for them to have that kind of feeling of what goes on in Quilox. So I travel with myself hosting the event with 2 DJs from Quilox, with a drummer, and I'm a hype man. And I can tell you, if like in the regular Quilox goers, when they are anywhere in the world with those people, you close your eyes, you can even believe that you're in Quilox, Lagos. So this was what I was doing. Then I came back from that tour precisely, I think in 2018, early 2018. We've been to Atlanta, we've been to New York, London, Cape Town, Joburg, Dubai, and a few other cities. I came back that morning on the Virgin Atlantic flight. I think we came in to London from London, and I just wanted to have a shower in my bathroom. You know, it was a fulfilling journey, but so tiring. So I remember that day I just wanted to get in the shower, have a shower, and rest for the whole day. While I was in the middle of the shower with the soap and everything all over my face, then something that is normal to us in Nigeria happened to me. The water stopped, even with the face, with the soap and everything all over my body. I was confused. I was frustrated. This is me that have been to various cities and just coming back to the comfort of my home with all the luxury and everything in my house. Then I had to begin what is called the soapy journey. Out of my shower, I had to start to tiptoe from my bathroom to my bedroom, walking past a 3-ton horsepower AC, blowing at a very high speed. I was shivering and also trying not to sleep. On getting to the intercom, I picked up the intercom and I called them downstairs. That's what could have happened with all the luxury and comfort of my home. I'm having a shower and the water stopped. It was at this moment that the truth hit me. That no matter what you have in life, you can never be insulated from the efficiencies around you. That day was the day I made up my mind I was going to join politics. Before then, a lot of people have approached me to join politics. But from that day, I realized that no matter what a man is, no matter what you have, if your country, if the people around you are not supported, to give you the rest that you need, to make you enjoy your life as a person, then you have failed yourself. Yeah, they fixed the water, and within just a space of, let's say, about 2-3 minutes, the water started coming on. So started rushing, I go under the shower. And while I was under the shower, I just started asking myself, but if you want to rebuild Nigeria, it cannot happen overnight. We are talking about a country that has 6 geopolitical zones. We are talking about a country with 36 states, 774 local governments, 8,809 wards. How will I just expect a change to happen overnight? It is impossible. We have to build. Then in my mind, I said to myself, okay, and already that time I was already 41 then. And at that time I just said to myself, for me to actually achieve the kind of Nigeria that I want, I showed that it would take at least an average of about 20 years or 24 years. That's an average of about 5 terms or to 6 terms, because you have to start small. So I said to myself, okay, I'm going to join politics. I'm going to support, the people in my area. I'm going to make sure that I support the system so that we can elect the right leaders that can be able to add value. Then that thing said to me that in Nigeria of today, the system of governance that we practice is democracy. It does not stop anybody from getting into power. we must have seen people with the same kind of thoughts and they get into power and they become the bad leader we are talking about. And that thing asked me that question and said, when you start pushing one person or two people at the 20th year, if the person becomes a bad leader, what do I do? I added 20 to my years, and then I said to myself that I better go and do it by myself. So this is what made me to join politics. I think it's something that I need to share with you because we need to understand that the frustration from the inefficiencies around us should be something that can trigger us, to challenge the status quo. And like I was saying, a good politician must be somebody that is ready to put the interest of the people before their own personal interest. You must be able to identify these people in your various environments. Like I said when I was having my speech, before we start talking about we want to rebuild Nigeria, are we the kind of leaders that we are talking about from the comfort of our homes? Are we the kind of leader that we want for Nigeria in our own area? Are we the kind of leader that we want for Nigeria in our own various local governments? Before we start talking about the state and we start talking about the nation as a whole. So, when I wanted to join politics, yes, any other person we understand the political terrain in Nigeria, how it is, and how it operates. People will always want to go to where you think that you can get a favor from. I'm sure you even Google now the chairman of PDP in Oyo State. His name is Alhaji Kumi Mustafa. Alhaji Kumi Mustafa happens to be my stepfather, and is the chairman of PDP in Oyo State. When I joined politics, I said to myself that I want to be a good leader. And a good leader must be somebody that is ready to put the interest of other people before his own interest. So when I joined politics, I looked at the whole situation. I looked at the people that have been leading us. And I looked at what they have done. At that time, that was in 2019, during the 2019 election, I was looking at President Muhammadu Buhari, who was a military president during the military regime and became a civilian president. President Olusegun Obasanjo was a military president during the military regime. He became the civilian president. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was the vice president for 8 years, and yet in 2019 again he was trying to contest for presidency. Then I asked myself a question: that when are we going to achieve a paradigm shift? This is a country of about 200 million people. What stops us from building institutions that can give us the kind of leader that we want? At this time was when I first was able to identify the gap in the system. I could see the gap, that there's a huge gap between us and the people making the policies. The people making the policies, they are already 50, some are over 50, some are even as old as 70. And we are the ones that will weather the effect of those policies. So where are we? So that is why I said to myself that my involvement in politics is going to be one with strategic approach, regardless of the convenience. It was more convenient for me to run under the leadership of my stepfather, who is from my local government. When I joined the other party, and he was shocked because he thought about it that he's not a ward chairman, he's not a local government chairman, he's a state chairman. And he believes that I have the quality that is sellable as a candidate to the party. And looking at what happened even in Oyo State today is a PDP state. But I can tell you wholeheartedly that what made me to leave that and join APC was because of the clear chance, the opportunity that I've seen in 2023. Because I knew that if possibly President Muhammadu Buhari was able to win that election in 2019, us, the youth in Nigeria that are not lazy, we can get to work to build a structure from bottom up within that 3 years, when we would have a clean slate, when we have a level ground, where we're having a transition in government. That is the only way we can achieve a paradigm shift, right? So this was what made me to change my mind and don't follow the convenience of my own family member. And I decided to say, no, I'm going to join APC because of the opportunity that I see that lies ahead in 2023. So my people, this will lead me to the importance of us joining a political party. It is very, very important that we need to understand that before we talk about Nigeria today, we must first of all talk about rebuilding our political parties. Why? Because the system of governance that we practice in Nigeria is only possible through politics, from position of councillor to the position of president. And if you look at the approach for lead generation, today, I like to trace faults in any organization that I get to. And the only fault that I could trace in the failure of our governance in the Nigerian system, I believe, is at the world level. Like I said, our country is divided into 6 geopolitical zones, the 36 states, 774 local governments. That was further broken down into wards. That's why we have the 8,809 wards. Each of those wards are the smallest. Each of those wards is the smallest element of our political system. It becomes our foundation. This is where the question is now, if you ask yourself this question. What is the level, the caliber of the people calling the shots at the world level? The world is so strong today that even the president cannot vote from Abuja. The president will go to Daura to go and vote. And if we ask ourselves today, what is the caliber of the man that is controlling, that is calling the shots at the world level, then you will see where our problem is as a nation. I believe it is high time for us to pay attention to our foundation. If the rest of the world, they are building skyscrapers, the foundation we have till today cannot build more than bungalow. And it is our responsibility as the young people, the people that we believe that we have what it takes to drive this country forward, to be able to rise up to this challenge and take charge. And this is what the generation has come to offer. As you can see, it is a free of charge event. I'm sure you've been catered for accommodation, food, and to be able to get your lessons here. And when I was giving my speech, I commended your governor, His Excellency, Governor Sani Bello. Like I said, I met with him during the APC Reconciliation Committee for Ondo State. And the only thing I could see in him is somebody that believes in the youth. I see in him is somebody that gives opportunity, because I love people to give me opportunity. I don't go to any room to introduce myself that this is what I can do. I let you give me an opportunity, and I prove myself to tell you what I can do. You know, and I've seen this in your governor. And for us to make this happen today, I want to charge everyone here, because your strength now will become my strength. I have the vision to train the whole, every state in the nation. But now we have a state government that is partnering with us for the first time at the 5th edition. I believe that the energy that you put into this is what is going to drive us forward. And I believe in you. I believe in what we can achieve. I believe in our numbers, and I believe in this project. So thank you.
Question? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. C is for chairman, C is for character, C is for courage, and C is for competence. That's where I started from, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir. Your questions now, please. So we'll take 3 questions. If you've spoken before, Chairman, how many questions should we take? It would actually, sir, for want of time. So let's just take 3, and would also. Okay, so please write your questions down tomorrow. Mr. Chairman will take all your questions, but for now we'll take just 3 questions so that we can have the section, and then we'll still have lunch, and we'll leave this place on time. If you know you've not spoken before, that's when I can actually give you the floor to you. Have you asked a question today?
Good afternoon. I'm by name Nuruddin Abubakar Sadiq from Borgu local government area. My question is, based on your explanation and what I understand about starting from the ward level, based on leadership, so it has been a common thing which maybe giving courage to your ward members and so on. But their mindset in most cases used to be changed by either giving out money when it comes to choosing the right leader. They know this is the right leader, but at the end of the day, their mindset is being changed using money or other influence that has to do with corruption. So my question is, what are necessary or the key things we need so that we can change this mindset of our people?
Thank you very much.
What you need is in you. I said it to you before. The change begins from you. What you need is you. It is very important for you to understand that the power, excuse me, you ask that the power to convince people lies in you. You are the one that you want to sell something for some people. And if you adopt the bottom-up approach, it will be easy for you to make decisions. And like I said, you should be the kind of leader that you want from the comfort of your own homes. Then from your unit, then to your ward. If you get to your ward today as a person, you can make yourself known in the world. It is not just by money. You can see somebody else, okay, I've attended ward meetings and I've picked people in ward meetings because I've seen what they do and I can identify what they know how to do best. There was a particular time that I had a meeting and I just picked somebody to come and be the secretary, to come and take minutes of that meeting. Today, I am supporting that person to run for to be the next secretary in my local government. Why? Because I have seen the way that the guy handled a meeting session when he presented the minutes. Nothing, no single statement was missing from what he did. And he had no money. In his life, I don't think he would have ever thought of becoming anything. But because he was able to be consistent with what he can do, let people know you with something that you can do, then you will see that money is secondary. For me, I don't put money forward in whatever that I do.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's take from this section. Okay.
My name is Abdul Wahab Adamu from Shiroro local government. Mine may not be a question, sir. You said this should be an interactive session. Yes, sir. So you see, when everybody was talking about leadership, I actually looked at you, and then I looked at some of your colleagues at the National Assembly, sir. I think the practical definition of what leadership is all about is exactly what you are doing. Just like I've said, mine may not be a question, but sir, if there is in any way, because all of us are being represented at the National Assembly, some of us here are actually experienced the bitterness of it. And I was just telling my colleague, I said, when it comes to leadership, Lagos are always happy. They always got it right. But here, in the northern part of Nigeria, reverse is the case. But I'm happy that you are actually putting it in a different direction. You are building young leaders across the 36 states. That is, you are going around the country just to build leaders. We appreciate you. And again, sir, please, this lecture that we're actually receiving here, this lesson that we're actually receiving here, some of those your colleagues at the National Assembly even need it more than us. Some of them need it more than us. And if we are being given the opportunity to lead, I bet you, sir, we will do more than them. But for now, we hail you, we appreciate you, and we pray may God Almighty continue to uplift you. You shall be the president of this nation by the special grace of God. Thank you.
By then, with your spokenness, I'm confident that my leader will appoint as the spokesman of the government, not the party then. Thank you very much for your kind words. Mr. Chairman, do you want to respond? Okay. Once one more person, female participants, yes, and then we'll close. Yes.
My name is Ruth A. Zakaria from Muya Local Government. Please, it's just an advice that I need from you as a woman. You are encouraging women to go into politics, but women are not given chance for it. As for now that you are preparing youth to come out for something like that, how do you want to advise us? How do you want us, or what advice will you give women from now if you want to start coming out to be a leader to contest? What exactly? How do you have a change on that stigma that they don't allow women to contest? Even if you contest, they don't give us leadership, and women want to lead. So we need a change. It's better for you want it from your wife, maybe you should talk to us right now so that we have that courage. For our women in the next election, we have, as the governors have already said, we want to participate and we need encouragement from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What's your name again? What's your name? Ruth. Ruth, thank you. One, a good leader must be able to lead by example. And I'm sure you can see that I'm leading by example. I believe in life that every person deserves to be given an opportunity to do whatever they have interest in to do. And I, as a person, will not stop my wife or any woman, from aspiring, to become a leader. Like we are said, like they said in your training, leaders are born and also leaders are made. So in a situation where a leader was born and becomes another man's wife, if the man stops to give an opportunity for such women to, or for such man to excel, then it's a big problem. But on my own practical side, and this affects everybody, because I said it, somebody said it to me when I was telling them during this APC registration that they should go and take a registration, and he said to me that, but even if they register in the world, if they say they want to do something in the world, that they will not give them the opportunity. I said, how? And I just did a practical to him. I said, since I joined politics very late in my life, 2018, but with my little experience in politics, I don't think I've been to any world meeting that has been more than 200 people in the world. So I said to that guy, I said, I know you. You had a party before that I was there. I saw over 50, 60 people at your party, your own area and everything. Do a flyer, put it up around in your area, and tell the people that you want to go and register. They should come with you. If you have 100 people there in the world, and you go to register with 110 people, who becomes the majority? When you want to take a decision, who will stop you? Nobody. You understand what I'm saying? Because this is a way we need to believe in the system. We need to believe, because one of our biggest problems in Nigeria is we have lost interest. We have lost trust in the system. And until we understand the importance of trust, before you get something, you must be able to have a belief in it. And if we can try to trust the system, it will help us go a long way. This will let me just quickly divert to the issue of NSAS. What made NSAS to become what it became after was because we lost interest in the system. You understand? We lost interest in the system. We have come out. We have been able to exercise our constitutional right to protest when we are not happy with some government's actions. And the government has listened by ending SARS. The remaining things that we want there to be done, we want the government to pay attention to the welfare of the police. Part of it is to do the rehabilitation of the barracks. Can that be done in a day? If you want the government to increase salary of police, can that be done in a day? But because we lost trust in the system, we are not able to even trust the government. So my people, I think this is high time. We need to understand that one important factor for us to work with in 2023 is trust. We must learn to trust the system, because it is when we learn to trust in the system that we participate in that system. And if we don't participate in the system, then we are still giving the opportunity to these people to elect people on our behalf. And these people who we elect on our behalf, they are not informed, and they are the ones that are going to make policies that will affect our various lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that will be all for now. Tomorrow we'll do another session like this, and of course, by tomorrow morning, our Executive Director, Chief Mr. Ayobola Pella would also share more light on the fact that you referred the question to her too. Thank you very much. So we'll go take the group photograph now, so that we can invite Sanusi for the next section. Mr. Sanusi for the next session. The order we're going to take the photograph. We invite members of the management team of the Lead Generation Initiative, and then the team from Yaga Africa to join us for a group photograph, and then after then we'll invite the participants for the general group photograph, and then we'll end the photograph session and we'll continue with the next module. Thank you very much. Members of LGI management team, members of the Yaga Africa team, let's hurry up so that we can end this session now. Thank you very much, everyone. By the power conferred on me as the person coordinating this session, I respectfully wish to invite the Chairman of the Board of Trustees, the Executive Director, and other dignitaries on the table to the stage while we take the group photograph, the first group photograph, before we invite the participants. Thank you all. We'll allow the Chairman and the other dignitaries from the high table to take the stage, and then management team, and of course we're waiting for Yaga Africa team so that we can conclude the session. Mr. Ibrahim, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Welcome the Yaga Africa team to join us just before we invite the general participant. Thank you very much. I think the management team can leave the stage just with the Yaga Africa team. Ibrahim, you can come to this place. Sanusi. Thank you very much. Our guests can please take their seats now. Thank you very much. God bless you. We appreciate you. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Cabs. We invite the participant to join our chairman and executive director for the group photograph now. Everyone, please Please, as you're coming, bring your chairs, please. Bring your chairs. Bring your chairs, please, as you're coming. Yes, please join them. As I said to you. Bring, not all. The first 10 persons, the first lucky 10 persons. 1, 2, 3. It's okay, it's okay. If you've not, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay, please. Thank you. You can just come, and then if you've not brought the chair, you can just... Please, if the chair you are bringing does not have the gold, if it doesn't have the gold, please, excuse me, please. So this is the order we're going to take it. The chairman, the ladies, and then please go behind. Let our ladies sit in front with the chairman. Then the tall ones can actually go behind so that we can quickly. Please put your seat here. Ladies in front, please. Please, we want our pretty ladies in front so that this picture. Oh, guys, say ladies in front. You are still struggling to sit down. Okay. Your name is? Please.
Only the ladies should.
Excuse me. Okay, if you are doing two groups from this place, we should break and then just stay here. Once we are done, you come and join for the photograph, please. From this place, please. From here. Okay, please just join. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. I'll just take your seat so that we can have the next session. Our would have to excuse the chairman of our board of trustees, and the other dignitaries on the high table, as they would want to, if they want to take their leave now, while we would have the next session. Please, let's take our seat, please. Let's take our seat and let's settle down for the next session, please. Please, let's take our seats quickly. We don't have time again. We are running really behind schedule, please. Let's take our seat, please. Now, how many of you have seen Sanusi? Sanusi Lamido, Sanusi? Yes. How many of you have seen Sanusi Lamido, Sanusi? Do you want to see him again here? You want to see him? You want to see Lamido Sanusi? I have here with me, it's my privilege to introduce to you Sanusi Olaniyan from the Yaga Africa. Is the program officer of Yaga Africa. Trust me, this man has learned from the Sanusi you want to see and knows exactly what to tell you at this point that represents the thought, the wisdom of Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, even more. And so it's a great pleasure for me to introduce my Oga, Sanusi Olaniyan. Please keep clapping as I give the microphone to him. Keep clapping, please. Keep clapping. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanusi. God bless you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So I'm sure you can see that I'm not SLS. Yeah, my Sanusi is from Ibadan, southwestern part of Nigeria. But I'm glad to be here in the midst of Niger State youth today. My slide, please. Thank you. I'll be mobilizing shared commitment, building power through relationships. But before we get into that, we'll just quickly take an icebreaker, something very short, less than 5 minutes. Please, can we all rise up? This is to ginger our spirit, nothing more. Can we all rise up, please? Quickly. Everybody on your feet, please. Okay. So watch me. This is what we are doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? Then we go again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are we set? Are we set? Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. No, you guys are dulling my spirit now. Please. Please. Let's take it again. With so much vigor and energy, please. Okay, let's go. Ready, set, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1. Thank you very much. Thank you. Slide. Next slide. Okay. So earlier Ibrahim took us through leadership and what leadership entails, and how organizing is also a form of leadership, and how organizers are leaders and leaders are organizers. But in this session, we are going to understand how to build relationships through organizing, through leading people, and all of that. But the very first question is, to whom am I committed to? To whom am I committed to? To what community am I committed to? Who am I? Who is that person? I'm Sanusi Olaniyan, yes. But who is my person? Who am I committed to? Next slide. So very quickly, these are the learning objectives for this session. We are going to learn why relationships are the foundation of organizing. To mobilize people, to organize people to take action, we have to build relationships. So we're going to learn that. Also, we're going to learn to build public relationships to develop leadership, community, and power. We are going to learn the skills necessary to conduct a successful one-to-one relationship building. We are going to practice building intentional relationship by identifying our common values, shared interests, skills, and resources. Okay, next slide. So the question is, why build relationships? Why is it important to build relationships, especially as it relates to organizing, community organizing to be precise? Okay? Organizers and leaders build relationships among members of a constituency to ultimately create commitment to a shared purpose. So we have a shared purpose, which you might not know about, but me coming to you to build a relationship so we can commit to that shared purpose. We can commit to take action on that shared purpose. Also, we build relationships. Through relationships, we come to understand common interests and develop the resources to act on them. So in the process of building relationships, we identify our common interests and then we organize around that and take action on it to act on them. Next slide. So, concept review. Relationship building involves relational. It could be in the form of house meetings. It could be in the form of one-on-one meetings. It could be in the form of group meetings, whichever form it takes. It is not a one-way street. Building relationship could be one-on-one, could be house meetings, could be group meetings, could be community meetings in our various communities. Next slide, please. Weak ties, strong ties involve our relationship building. How strong is our relationship, or how weak is our ties that would form a challenge to building sustainable relationships? Next slide. So there are 4 steps in effectively mobilizing commitments. 4 critical steps, please, and you should take note of this. The first is connection. In effectively mobilizing commitments, to seek commitments of a person or a group or a community, the first step is connection. You make the ask, you identify yourself. This is who I am, Olanio Sanusi. This is the purpose I'm trying to achieve. And this is why I need to build this relationship so we can act on that commitment. The second is context. Why the action is urgent. What is your challenge and hope? What is that problem that we're trying to solve? What is that social issue which we're trying to solve? That involves context. The third is commitment. Ask, can I count on you? And be specific with your goal. Okay? So I already made the connection. I introduced myself. I made you understand why I'm coming to you. The second is context, and I provide context to you to say, oh, this is the reason why we have to do this. This is the reason why we are mobilizing. And the third is commitment. Can I count on you? Do I have your commitment on this issue? Do I have your commitment on this organizing that we're doing? And the fourth is catapult. With a yes, you need to give responsibility. So after securing commitment, next line is action, which is catapult. Okay? So you share responsibilities to everybody, which has to be carried out. Okay, so 4 critical steps in building effectively mobilizing commitment: connection, context, commitment, and catapult. Next slide. So I'm sure we all remember our definition of leadership. Do we? Taking action to enable others achieve purpose under uncertain circumstances. Okay? This illustration just illustrates that. Helping others achieve purpose, supporting others to achieving purpose. Next slide. So there are bottlenecks into building relationships with people. We could be of different origin. We could have diverse opinions. We might not share the same views on issues. These are bottlenecks which affect relationships. People like us, people from the same community, people who are not like us, people who come from different communities. These are just some bottlenecks which also affect building relationships. Next slide, please. Now, in building relationships, of course, you have to organize. Okay? In groups, organizing a community. Let's say, for example, in your community, you're trying to organize to solve a social issue around water sanitation. Are you with me? Okay. You're trying to organize to solve a social issue around water sanitation. You have to build relationships first. You don't just go into the community and say, oh, we have water sanitation issue. Everybody come together. This is what we are going to do. No. Of course, there will be people who are going to challenge you and say, I don't think this can work. I don't think this can fly. But when you build relationships first, when you make people understand that this is a common problem that affects every member of the community, this shared purpose is to provide water sanitation in our community, for our children, for our health and all of that. You're building relationship with people. They are buying into your idea, which makes it easier for you to organize them and tackle that challenge or that social issue which you're trying to solve, which you're organizing around. And in organizing to build relationship, you have the economic versus the moral resources. New organizations, new network, you build new teams, you mobilize resources over and over again. Okay? You mobilize resources towards achieving your purpose over and over again. It is something you have to relentlessly do, something you have to always do. Okay? So I go into the community, I make friends, I connect myself with everybody, and then I table the matter. People buy into that. People want to support me because they understand that, and it's not just action. Okay? So people want to support that that commitment. People want to give you their commitment to tackling that issue. Okay, next slide. Next. The power in us. Can someone tell me what this illustration means? Can you try? Can I get a volunteer to try? The illustration on the screen, what does it mean to you? Okay.
I'm Usman Muhammad Choroma from Bidda. This illustration, based on my understanding, indicates that if we are united, we can achieve anything.
Okay, if you are united, you can achieve anything. Okay.
Okay, my name is Siriman Aston Jibril Musa from Lavun Lakagomat. This illustration indicates that the power in us is given by people around us. Given by people around us. The power is, yes, given by people around us. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Abubakar Ibrahim Alaji from Mokwa Local Government. The diagram on the board illustrates building power through relationship.
Yes, building power through relationships, but do you want to try further? Look at the diagram.
Through leadership structure.
I want a female, thank you. I want another female after this.
I am by name Asma Ahmad Muhammad from Lapai Local Government. It shows that powers are built through powers. It shows that powers are built through powers.
So we take you.
My name is Sandra Yubagana from Muya Local Government. This picture illustrates that together we can make a change, or together we can achieve a particular goal.
Thank you very much. Please let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Yes. So if you look closely, there are arrows which connect every figure in that diagram. So it starts with 4 persons, and then they connect to 8 persons who equally connects, each of one of those 8 persons connects to 5 persons. In that way, relationship has been built on a large scale. It started with 4 persons who connect with 8 other persons who in turn go into their community and connect with 5 persons each. And then before you know it, you have a large group. It is interconnected. Relationship is interconnected. It starts with a small number, yes. But then this small number grows and connects with other people who go on to connect with other people in the community who organize around that problem or around that challenge or that social issue which they are trying to solve. So in trying to create change, you necessarily don't have to start on a grand scale. You build that relationship from scratch and you take your time. People buy into your vision, people buy into your idea, people buy into the shared purpose which you're trying to achieve, and then go ahead and spread the word. Go ahead and build relationships in other communities that even the initial persons cannot reach. So it's all about building relationships. It's all about organizing people to effectively key into the shared purpose and solve social issues. Next slide. Okay, another diagram. What does this illustrate? Anybody wants to try? What can you see first? What can you see? What can you see?
I can see collective efforts. Collective effort there.
What can you see?
Yeah, the ants are moving a heavy load. Move a heavy load, sir. So it's collective effort.
Thank you. Anybody else?
My name is Ibrahim Aliu. From that diagram, what I observe is with commitment, you can achieve a lot.
Look at the diagram very well.
Yeah, I can see 4.
How many ants can you see?
4.
Okay. Yes.
My name is Nuhu Adam once more. From this diagram, we get to understand that when there is cooperation and good relationship, you can move the nation ahead.
Are you people looking at the diagram? Are we looking at the diagram? I want a female. Okay, sorry, I'll come to you. What can we see? Yes, there are ants there.
My name is Ruth A. Zakaria from Muya local government. What I can see in the diagram is 4 ants join their heads together to raise this rock together. Joining heads together.
Yes, 4 ants who are together lifting a rock. True. But there's something you're missing.
My name is Abdullah Isa Yelwa. Looking at this diagram, it has showed the symbol of unity. They speak together, and that is why they are taking the lot together.
Well, nobody's getting it. I have a prize for whoever gets it.
My name is Nuruddin Abubakar Sadiq. Based on the diagram, one ant is carrying a load and other are supporting.
Just give him a round of applause. There is a leader. There's an ant who is leading the rest, who is doing most of the job. Can we see that? Can we see that? Okay, there are 4 ants in the picture, but there is one who is lifting the rock and who is leading the others. True or false? So that is what a leader does. You take responsibility. That is what leadership is all about. You take responsibility to enable others achieve purpose. The lead ant is doing most of the work, while the others join in. Okay? Next slide. Next. Okay, relationship tips. There are tips around building relationships which are very critical to establishing sustainable relationships. One is relationships are rooted in shared values. What are those values that bind us together? Okay, you want to build relationships around your values. What are those things that bind us together? What are those things that are important to us? Those values that are important to us as a community, as a pressure group, as a youth group, as a youth-led, youth-focused group. What are those values that we share? You build relationships around that. Secondly, relationships grow out of exchanges of interest and resources. Okay? So we're trying to organize to fix a community issue. What are your interests in that? What are my interests in that? How do we marry our interests together to ensure that we solve that issue. Okay, what are the resources that we both have, or what are the resources that we all have that we can pull together towards solving that issue? Relationships are created by commitment. If I don't secure commitment from you or from people who buy into my idea or who support what I do, then there's no way it's going to succeed. If I don't secure commitments from the community members to want to provide potable water in our community, there's no way the action I take will succeed. Because it's not a one-man show. Organizing is not a one-man show. Okay? Relationships involve attention and work. You have to put in the work. That is the honest truth. You always have to put in the work. Next slide. Oh, another diagram for us. This is easy. Now I want female members. Who wants to try? What do you say?
My name is Khadijat Muhammad. The diagram shows the unity, the trust, and the love between them.
Thank you. The unity and the trust. Who else wants to try?
It shows that people lifting people, like there is an agreement between all of them. They agreed on what to do. The relationship is in their unity.
They are in unity, trust. True. Do you want to try? Try.
The picture is showing that in unity, the goal can be achieved.
Thank you. In unity, the goal can be achieved.
The image illustrates that the commitment in achieving a particular goal.
So they are all committed to achieving a particular goal, which is this formation. It's teamwork. It is unity. Do you want to try? What does the diagram illustrate?
The diagram illustrates that even one person, this diagram. Okay, when there is support, people can be able to hold on to their views or their aspirations.
Thank you. So, unity, shared purpose, shared values. They're a dance troupe or a dance group who are trying to achieve this formation. And then you see the men who provide the foundation. And then the next set, the next level, everybody is leaning onto one person. It is interconnected. Okay? It's not just one person who is carrying the other dancers. No. Everybody is leaning onto each other to achieve this formation. Are you with me? So that is what building relationship is. To organize, to tackle an issue. Everybody contributes their own quota into that. It is not just one man thing or a one-man show. Each and every one of us, however small that quota is, however little you are, but contributing to achieving our shared purpose is very important. Next slide. Next. Okay, very good. So I'm at the end of my presentation. I'll just give us a summary of what it is. To build relationships, you need to secure commitment. You need to organize around shared values in order to achieve your shared purpose. It has to be a problem that affects everybody. You need to pull your interests together. You need to pull your resources together. Okay? And please remember the 4 C's. They are very important. The 4 C's. Do you want to try? Thank you.
My name is Amina Aliu from Suleja Local Government. Courage, commitment, and character.
One more. It's 4.
Chairman.
Competent.
The 4 C's. Don't look at your notes. Please close your notepad. The 4 C's.
I'm by name Usman D. Muhammad from Mokwa. The 4 C's are connection, commitment, contest, and catapult, if I'm right.
Please give him a round of applause. Connection, context, commitment, and catapult. Connection, context, commitment, and catapult. These 4 C's are very critical to building sustainable relationships. I'll take questions now and answers. Thank you. Questions? Questions? Okay, so since you don't have questions for me, I can ask you questions then. Agreed? Hello? Hello? Since you don't have questions for me, then I can ask you mine. You have a question?
My question is, for an individual to have his own commitment for his ward, you are organizing things that has to do with development of your ward. Maybe for the first time you organize something important, it fails. For the second time, it fails. And you are doing it for the interest of your people. Now, in which way can you identify what's about your failure and still make them have interest to what you are giving out to them as development?
Okay. So remember when you have a question? Okay.
My name is Usman. The question I have is, I need the principle behind public relationship. Just the principle involved in.
Okay, so they are still closely related. So during the course of my presentation, I said you have to build relationships around your shared values. Okay, to achieve a shared purpose. Okay, so if in our community, if our problem is providing sustainable pathways for young people to thrive economically, if you want to empower young people, or as young people in the society, you have challenges which prevent you from being economically empowered. Okay? And then you rally around the young people within that community and say, as young people, this affects all of us. I'll use the Not Young to Run Youth as an example. So a group of people came together to say, as young people in Nigeria, you cannot run for elective office until you attain a certain age. And they decided to organize around that issue. Okay? To pave the way for young people who are less than 30 years old to run for elective office. Okay? So they organized around that, and they were able to build relationships around that, because it is an issue that affects each and every young person in the country. So easily you're able to connect with with their advocacy, with that advocacy to say, oh, I'm a young person, this affects me, I want to be able to run for office as a young person. I don't have to wait till I'm 30 years old before I'm able to run for House of Assembly. So that relationship was built around that value. Because the purpose is shared. Every young person wants to be able to be elected at a young age. I don't want to wait until 30 before I can run for office. So you build your relationship around shared values. And if you do that and take the forces into mind while doing that, or and you implement the forces while doing that, then you're always going to get a result, a positive result. And also, you don't have to relent. So if you put your resources and interests together at first and it doesn't work, you go back and continue to build relationships until you have enough people who are on your side to tackle that issue. Okay? Your question is also closely related. It's closely tied to that. And you said, what is the principle behind building relationships? You build relationships around shared values, around shared goals. The benefit of whatever issue you're trying to tackle has to concern everybody's interest, not just yours. Because that's you being selfish. Everybody has to benefit from that shared purpose, which is why it's called shared purpose. And in building relationships, you said the forces are critical. You have to connect with people. You have to provide a context on why you're building that relationship. You have to secure their commitment. And then you have to catapult where everybody takes responsibility to achieving that purpose. Do you understand? Thank you. Any other question? Any question? All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Okay, so the next session is on media, and I'm going to introduce my colleague Chinemerem, who is going to be facilitating. Please, can we give her a round of applause as she comes up?
Hello, everybody. Good evening. I know we are all getting weaker and weaker, but the topic I'm going to be facilitating is one that many of us are very familiar with. It's media and communications in the 21st century. So, the first slide is media and communications, how organizations, grassroots startups can effectively position themselves and their brands in such a way that they can lead, convince, and influence. So right before we start, I'll need 2 volunteers, please. Preferably a guy and a lady. Volunteers. You. Then 1 lady, please. A lady. Ladies, we are very underrepresented. Thank you. Okay, so don't worry, you can stay. So, what's your name?
My name is Sidi Abbas. Sidi Abbas.
Okay, Sidi, what's your name? Deborah. Okay, so what we will do is Sidi will ask Deborah a question, and then Deborah will answer. So, Deborah, I want you to get your response ready. Okay. So I need you to ask her, Deborah, they said that your community is full of illiterates, and so your community cannot produce governors. Did you hear that? Please ask her that.
Deborah, they says that your community are full of illiterates and they cannot produce a governor.
Your response, Deborah.
That's not true, because it's just an assumption that my community is filled with illiterates that cannot produce a governor. I don't believe that. It's just an assumption.
Thank you very much, Deborah and CD. Please go back to your seats. Thank you very much. I like Deborah's response because she said it's an assumption. So before you put out your story, you have to be sure of the facts. They said, who said? And even if you know who said, how credible is that person? So in starting up your organization and branding yourself, you need to be sure that your organization has the reputation to be credible in whatever information they are giving out. Next slide, please. Why media skills? Just like the practical section we just did, you need to be sure of your identity and your reputation. What are you putting out there? Fact check whatever it is that you are saying. Communicate your key message. So in putting out your story, you have to be sure of your message. What are you saying? What is your organization trying to impact? Are they trying to inform, to influence, or to entertain? In this sector, the civil society sector, we usually focus on information, imparting knowledge, and rarely for entertainment. So you have to be sure of the key message you are delivering. So when you know your message, you have to also know how to handle difficult questions. Like Deborah, when CD said, they said, Deborah could have easily turned to violence. Who told you that one? Which one is that my community cannot produce governors? But she said, no, that is an assumption. So in building up your organization, you have to be sure of how to handle difficult questions. And that's also an interviewing skills, how to properly listen and give the right feedback. Because the way you reply to messages, the way people come at you for the press, you just don't focus on just how to give interviews. You also have to know how to interview people, ask the right questions, and know how to give the necessary feedbacks. And then when you position your organization in such a way that you can handle interviews, you can handle difficult questions, and successfully portray key messages of your organizations, then the right stakeholders can hear you and then drive social change. Next slide, please. Why media skills? Okay, so the basic skills in the media, digital storytelling. Throughout last year, the digital world has probably doubled due to the pandemic. So they say that you can reach 59% of the world's population through the media. So in properly packaging yourself, you have to know how to tell good stories digitally. So now we are going to ask ourselves, what is a good story? Who knows what makes up a good story? If you are reading something or you are listening to something, what makes you think that, okay, this person's story is good? What are you looking out for in a good story? Anybody? Can your voice be loud? Okay. Creativity, objectivity, okay, yes.
The Credibility of the story.
Credibility of the story. Okay. Objectivity, credibility. Anyone? The source. Okay. Anyone? CD.
I think I have 2 points here. Number one is a credible source, and number two should be the message the story is trying to like portray.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. What? Storyline. Okay. Thank you. So you are all correct. There is no wrong answer anyway. So that's very correct. In telling a good story, you have to be sure that you are objective. You have to be sure that you are being credible, that the source you are quoting is the right source. You just don't get information anywhere and then put them online. So you have to also build your interviewing skills. Like I said earlier, it's not just about granting interviews. You also have to know how to give the interview. So the next slide is going to tell us more about interviewing. But before then, we have to look at this. In putting out your story, you have to be wary of disinformation, malinformation, and misinformation. So they all sound like they are the same, but they are basically about people putting out the wrong information. Sometimes they are deliberate and sometimes they are not deliberate. But either way, if you properly check your stories before you put them out, then you are going to avoid all these things. And these are very important for your brand. Next slide. Yeah, in giving out interviews, right? Okay, no, in putting out your message out there, you have to confirm your source. Like our brother here said, confirm your source, check the facts. A Google search can easily tell you whether this thing that you just saw now is correct or not, right before you put it out and then put your organization at risk. Be sure of what you are putting out there. There are websites that will help us with that. There are Africa checks. Any information you need on Africa, you can just put it on the website and then they'll tell you whether it's true or not and how true that is. There's also factchecks.org. So these websites can easily tell you. Then you also have to be sure that you have to know that not everything you see online is correct, right? Before you put out your message, you have to know who made it, what is the source, where did this come from, why are you even sharing it, is this necessary for your brand, and then when was this published? Because what was true 2 years ago may not still be true now. For example, you are arguing with your friend. Let's say I'm arguing with CD. How many planets are there in the world? And he says 9 planets. And I'm like, okay, no, or I say no, and then we browse it, and then we see a website that says, yeah, there are 9 planets. But now, as of now, that is wrong. But we all grew up knowing that there are 9 planets. But as of 2006, Pluto has been disqualified. It's no longer a planet. It's now classified as a dwarf planet. So now, if you are saying that there are 9 planets, you are wrong. So when you look at the information, when you are fact-checking, you have to be sure of when that information was published, whether it's still correct as of today. Next slide. Communication skills, basic communication skills. So there are components of communication skills, and you can see from the infographics that listening makes up 39% of communication skills. In communication, listening takes up the majority of what happens. So in listening, you have to make eye contact. The best interviewers make eye contact, be it Oprah Winfrey, Anderson Cooper, whoever it is, they make eye contact. So, but you don't have to stare at the person you are interviewing like you want to kill the person. No, you have to take it easy. You look at them in a sympathetic way where they know that you connect with them. You have to keep an open mind. When interviewing or trying to tell your story, you don't look like you are just listening to the person's side just so that you can respond. If you are listening to respond, then it means you are doing it wrong. You have to listen to, first of all, understand, assimilate, and then properly give your feedback. So next thing is, don't interrupt. Nobody likes interruption. You have to listen to what the person is saying so that you can properly give feedback. Then you have to put yourself in the person's shoes. Assuming you are a grassroots organization and you are trying to tell the story of, let's say, someone that lead generation initiative, help to maybe further the person's studies or grow the person's business. You don't have to be telling the story from an outsider's point of view. Put yourself in the person's shoes, then you can properly tell their stories. The best stories are told that way. Then you have to try and visualize, and feel what the person feels. Then also in writing, for your organization, you need to write perfectly. Make sure there's a second eye or third eye. At our organization, Yaga Africa, there are at least 7 eyes that has to see something before it gets out. The first person looks at it, works on it. The second person looks. And at each point, everybody sees something wrong with that thing and corrects it or finds a better way to put something. So in writing, you have to be very accurate, not just grammar or spelling. You also have to look at the flow of what you are telling. Then there are softwares that can help you to make very grammatically correct stories. There is Grammarly. If you input your story in Grammarly, it edits the story for you and tells you the wrong things in the story. Then you can edit them, work on it again, and put it back there. That way you have a very correct story. Then there is reading. They say readers are leaders. Yes. So when you read, you broaden your scope, and then the more you read, the better you are able to tell your story and tell the other person's stories. Next slide. Okay, know your audience. So in putting out your story as an organization, in building your brand, you have to know your audience. The demography of your audience affects how you frame your language. You have your donors, you have your funders. The way you talk to your funders is not the way you will talk to your grassroots audience. The way you frame your policy brief or the way you frame your press statement is different from the way you would tweet out something about your organization. So when you know your audience, their gender, their religion, their ages, their educational levels, then you can properly frame your statement. So you have to check what is your key message. What do you want to say? You already know the objectives and the goals of your organization. How do you say it? How do you frame your message? Next slide. Yeah. So just as you know your organization's goals and objectives and how to properly frame your message, you have to know how to present your message. So now we are looking at presentation skills. How do you sell your ideas, right? So it says that poor presentation can be a sign of weakness, poor leadership, lack of confidence. And then the best presentation is the elevator pitch. So the elevator pitch is of the analogy that you meet a stranger, but who is a potential funder of your organization, and you have the interval it takes for an elevator to go from this floor to the next floor, or probably more floors, but just base your calculation for just one floor, and you meet a potential funder. How do you convince this person in less than 30 to 60 seconds to partner with your organization? Assuming you enter an elevator right now and you meet Bill Gates inside the elevator, and you are aware of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and you know how their foundation sponsors alleviation of poverty, ending of inequality, and you also have a grassroots organization that does that. How do you convince Bill Gates within 30 to 60 seconds to partner with your organization? How? So I'll need to play a video of, can we play the video please? It's an example of an elevator pitch, how to craft your words.
My name is Josh Light and I'm the CEO of Cupad, and we believe that...
Please pause. This is the video of a guy who won the winner, Josh Light. So this guy won a competition of elevator pitches. So he took about 1 minute 30 seconds, which is much more than you will need for an elevator pitch at most. So let's hear him compiled in his speech, please.
My name is Josh Light, and I'm the CEO of CupAd, and we believe that we have the most effective form of advertising available in the market today. Our advertisements are exposed to customers for 2,220 seconds on average. Now, what kind of advertising has that kind of exposure time? Ladies and gentlemen, we advertise on coffee cups. That's right, we put your brand in their hand. So how does coffee cup advertising work? Well, we got an advertiser. They pay us money. We produce paper coffee cups with their advertisement or brand on it. Then we give these coffee cups to coffee stands for free. Now, why does someone want to advertise on a coffee cup? Because it takes an individual 37 minutes to drink a cup of coffee on average. That person's going to have to look at the cup, drink, look at the cup, drink 20 times before it's fully consumed. And that person's going to move around like a mobile billboard, exposing that brand to at least 6 different individuals before that cup is drank. What's in it for CupAd? We make 13 cents of profit on every single cup that we distribute. And what's in it for the coffee stands? Well, when most people think about coffee stands, they think about Starbucks. But what about the 25,000 coffee stands in this nation that have plain white cups like this? They don't have the economies to scale to put their own brand on the cup. So we give them free cups. They save $15,000 a year by not buying cups. They like these savings so much, ladies and gentlemen, that approximately 80% of the stands that we've contacted have signed exclusivity agreements to distribute our cups. And what kind of momentum have we started for this company? The last month alone, we got 58 coffee stands in California to sign exclusivity agreements with us to distribute our cups. If we continue to get 58 coffee stands every single month, for the next 12 months, we will have 700 coffee stands at the end of the year. With 700 coffee stands, we can move 8 million cups a month. And at 13-cent profit, 8 million cups a month, we're making over $1 million of profit every single month. And we've already started this, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, our first customer, Overstock.com, will see their cups hit the California market in 21 days. Thank you very much.
Hello once more, my name is Adamu Taku from Kacha Local Government. Looking at the video, the guy, Josh Light, he highlighted everything about his company and the products he's trying to sell. The money it will make, the impact it will make, and the kind of profit he expects. Everything was highlighted, even the prospect was highlighted in less than 2 minutes, which was very, very wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Jemima Dada. What I got from his presentation was that he was able to convince the people, myself inclusive, of what his company is all about in a short period of time. It was explicit and well explained.
Thank you. For want of time, we are going to just hurry that up. So, the main fundamentals of an elevator speech is that you have very little time. So you have to first of all start with, what's your name? Sir, this is who I am, this is what I do, and I know about your organization. I know you don't know me, but I've heard of your organizations. So I see that the goals of your organization is very similar to that of mine, and this and this and this is how we can work together. I know there's not much time now, but can I please have your email address so that we can further this conversation? So basically, it's expected that you've convinced the person. By your very short speech, the person wants to continue the discussion. So they may not give you their phone numbers, but then email address is usually key. And they give you their email address, and you further the discussion from there. That's how many deals in the world have been done. So in giving your elevator speech, you have to be confident. So this infographic says that non-verbal communication makes up 55% of communication. When you are saying something, what your body does is much more than what your mouth is saying. What is your hand doing? What is your leg doing? How confident is your voice? So these things incorporates into making a very successful pitch. So when you're giving an elevator pitch, you also have to be sure that your non-verbal communication drives confidence so that the person can listen to you, right? So can we go to the next slide? Content creation and promotion. Can you people see the pictures? The second one. Can you guys see the pictures? Okay, so in content creation for your organization, you have to have content out there, especially social media and your websites. So how do you create content? There is text, there is image, there is video, there is infographics. All these things are your tools to properly communicating to your community. So how do you create those contents? First, you have to be able to tell a photo story. So if you can see the picture there of human beings, not the infographics, can anybody tell just one information about, just one story each of the story, of the picture? Anybody, please? Just tiny details of the story. Who can see anything in the picture? Just say them. This side is tall. Oh. You're tired. Okay. Anything from the story, from the picture?
From the picture, what we can truly see here is that the young man is busy operating his phone, and while the lady is maybe busy doing something official from the pictures of them.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, who else?
What I saw in this image is full of concentration and understanding and focus.
Ladies, please, talk. Anyone? Okay, let's just move on. So there are many things to tell from the story, and these are just facts from what you can see. So for you to probably brand your organization out there, you have to be able to tell photo stories. From what you are seeing, what and what can you tell of these stories, of these photos? So from the picture, you can just say, these people are wearing masks. That means the photo was definitely taken during the pandemic, right? Before the pandemic, who was wearing masks? So you can just say that, okay, the time frame of the photo is definitely between 2020 and now. You can also say that, oh, these people have gadgets around them. Maybe they are a tech team or an IT team. And funny enough, that's the communication team of Yaga Africa. So you see how the photo tells the exact story. So in properly telling your story as an organization, if someone takes a picture of these you participants right now, you can tell a story just from seeing that. You can say, so this is what Lead Generation Initiative is doing. And that's how you properly brand your organization. Content creation. So in creating content, you also have to invest in a media team. A media team that knows what they are posting. You don't just, you fact check their stories. You are able to quote the right sources. And then you also have to have an editorial calendar. So an editorial calendar just helps you know what contents to create for every day. Every day of the week. If you want to be posting once every day, you can create an editorial calendar that will help you so that every day your organization has a story they are telling online. So for not just an editorial calendar, you don't have to be always online just to post for your organization. There are also softwares that can help you schedule posts. There are Agora Pulse, there is Hootsuite, there is Falcon, many apps that can help you schedule posts so that you can just be sleeping and things will be going out on your social media and your organization will be properly branded. Next slide. Slide also tells us how to take good pictures. So you don't have to be an expert photographer. When you want to take your picture, you can just use your phone, turn the phone like this, landscape mode, and take any picture, because putting it in landscape like this helps it make the right camera, and then good pictures are out there for your organization. So you also have to learn how to use modern technology. you identify the best platforms for your different audience. So if your audience are the grassroots people, you have to maybe check whether they are more active in the electronic media, radio, TV, newspapers. Maybe that's where you get them more, and then you invest in that one. Then if you are thinking of your funders or donors, how to send them messages, then you invest in your Gmail. You send them mail blasts and all that. You also have to check Facebook. Maybe majority of your grassroots audience are on Facebook. So this is how this different social media, this is the contents that they have, and then you invest in all this to properly brand your organization. There is also Zoom. So there was Skype, and then since the pandemic, Zoom has become very, very popular. So these are all apps and technological tools that will help you have your organization out there. Next slide. Yeah, we are at the end of the presentation. So in conclusion, a properly branded organization, the positive exposure it gives you to properly brand your organization, having the right message, having the right language to communicate to your audience, having the best interviewing skills. When you properly package these things, the positive exposure this gives you is much better than one a paid advertisement can give you. Thank you. That's the end of the conversation. Do we have questions or recommendations or contributions? This was a very simple topic that we are all very familiar with, so I can understand if there are no questions. No, Nabi? Oh.
Good day, everyone. The name still remains Yahya Ibrahim Baba from Niger State. I want to advise that the material for the facilitators should be made available either in hard copy or in soft copy in the platform we are using, so that each and everyone can download it. Thank you.
You guys have a platform? Okay. So first, it was beautifully packaged by a colleague, Ovinuche, and I'll get the material to your platforms. That's not an issue. I'll do that. Anyone else? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. The name still remains Hassan Jibril Musa from local government. So from the presentation, you were emphasizing on the use of photos to tell stories. So I just want to expatiate a little further. That in using photo stories, photos speak in general. They tell general stories. Photos, for instance, as we are in here now in this hall, if you take a photograph of us, there can be different interpretations. Some will say probably we are gathering just to have a get together. Some will say just to acquire some basic knowledge. Or some will say maybe there is a little problem that they want to solve. So in using photos to tell a story, there is the need to accompany the photo with even if it's just a short text. Because that text will give the audience or the viewers the direction which you are using to tell your story. As I said, photo speaks generally. Now, in using photo stories for convincing the viewers, there are two photos using to tell a story. There is what we call aware picture, that you tell the participant or the person whose picture is being taken to get ready, just like what we are doing earlier on. They say all pictures, everybody is set. Now, this cannot depict something new, because story or news is always about something new. But unaware pictures, it said, speaks more and it's very effective than aware pictures. So as trainers, just want to say, most of the pictures, you do not have to pose or to get the participant say, get ready, then you tell the story. You let the participant be on the act, therefore you take the picture and you tell your story. So aware pictures are more effective than, unaware pictures are more effective than aware pictures. And you accompany your photos with text in order to give a specific direction to what your story is to the viewers. Thank you very much.
Musa, okay. Thank you, Musa. That was a right explanation.
I want to get more clarification on this issue of misinformation, so at least we can be certain if most of us are not guilty of this, especially some of us that are into, who happen to be aspiring media influencers. You will find a situation whereby politicians will find you worthy to use your platform, either page on any of the social media platforms, for you to make use of it. Though the information they are providing you with are genuine, but it's going to assassinate the character of the opposition. Let me give an instance of what happened between Jafar and Ganduje, the governor of Kaduna State. Kano State, sorry, I beg your pardon. They are not the same. And governor of Kano State. Jafar is the owner of the Daily Nigerian newspaper, online publishing newspaper. So I believe oppositions or maybe opponents of Ganduje provided him with necessary information, which he published on his platform and it got viral. You can see those informations are genuine, but it has assassinated the character of the governor. So like most of us that are into new media, we are always in that shoe. A politician will call you that he has all the necessary information because maybe he felt you have a larger followers or larger audience. He's ready to pay you, and that is your job. You know that, yes, this information are genuine, and he's even ready to give you a backup. So is it misinformation?
It's misinformation if the idea behind that is to assassinate the character of the opponents, right? Yes, no. Then that's misinformation. So misinformation is a deliberate attempt to give out an information that, okay, but as long as it's correct information, then you are just doing your job. I feel like you are just doing your job. So misinformation is when you have to impute a wrong information into what you are putting out so that you can deliberately misinform the public. Musa, you've spoken before.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, pardon, when an issue comes and concerns your area of specialization, so you may have to chip in something. Just to shed more light on what he said. So it's not misinformation. The reporter got it right, because that is the exact thing that happens. But you, as a reporter, you should know that you are a leader. You are the person whom the people look onto. You are just like a role model. So once you get a news, it is not that you are going to report it sometimes as it's happened, because you should be foreseeing what is going to be the consequence of that you are likely to report. Then you, as the reporter, you are going to use the skill of manipulating, not reporting as exact, but you should consider the two parties, like that of Jafar. If you would have known that you would have been in trouble with the governor, you wouldn't have reported the news as exactly as it is. You might tend to do some kind of researches. That's why every reporter should have to research. You research into what is going to be the likely consequences after exposing this. So as reporters, you should be guided by some principles, and all media organizations, even if you are independent, you have your own guiding principles. So if a news is going to affect people negatively, to me as a professional, you are to change, understand? And this negative effect will not bring development, rather positive effect, not necessarily reporting. You can keep that or take a new direction to report the news. Thank you.
Thank you, Musa. I understand his points though, but then I think you said manipulate the message in such a way that it favors the opponent. It favors everybody. There's a balance. Well, yeah, there should be a balance, but for me, I think as long as you are being objective, as long as when information about the opponent surfaces, that you are also going to report it the way it is, then I feel like it's okay. That's what I feel. Just sorry, thank you.
I still remain Lamin Ismail Akau from Bida local government. My question, I don't know if the two of you put your heads together to give me the answer to my question. You and Mr. Stanley, the able secretary. Yes, sir. As we came for this training, we were trained using projectors. Is it possible, as we're going back to our local governments, to train our ward and supervisors too? Will we be furnished with the projectors to give them better understanding? Thank you.
Do you mean footages of what is going on right now? They are live. Yes, they are live on Facebook. So Stanley will see to that, I'm sure. Using them. Stanley will know. 2 more persons, please.
I have a question. The question is, based on what you said, he is actually doing his job for posting something nice, really actual. This is a message posted, is a win message from a reliable source. But I believe in every field, there are ethics guiding each and every field. Did you think it's right for you to post any information that will be of? Did you think it's right that you post an information that will tarnish anybody's image based on ethics that has to be used to guide media in general?
Thank you.
Sorry, I am Muhammadu Alaji Muhammadu. I'm from Kacha local government. Let me very briefly add to contribute to what my brother have said. In the first instance, who is a media influencer? And what are the responsibilities expected of him? Even if you have more than 10,000 followers, and a politician is asking you to blow off informations that will assassinate another person, I think there are channels. Even if the politician want to injure his partner or opposition, he should have done that. There are some documents that are not allowed officially to fly. For example, as a gubernatorial aspirant or candidate, you are contesting the same position with me, and you said I did not attend maybe my first degree, and then you have a copy of my certificate, maybe it's default, maybe by name or any other thing, and then you went ahead and picked my certificate, publish it to the public. I don't know how genuine it will look if you are telling me that he's doing his job. I can sue him for publishing my certificate because these are properties that belongs to me. So I want us to, as media influencers, let's begin to think beyond being used by politicians because you have a platform where you have more number of followers on social handles. This is the contributions I want to make as young people. And then secondly, anyway, let me just drop the mic so that others can contribute. Thank you so very much.
question I asked is, I said, for every field, there are ethics guiding each and every field. Now, he said he's doing his job for posting an information that will tarnish someone's image, but are facts. Based on ethics, you think it's right? Yes.
Personally, subjective, do I think it's right? Okay. I just think that there are different schools of thoughts and I'm coming. I just think that there are different schools of thoughts and whichever angle they choose to answer that question, they will be right and they will be right or wrong. Media person, I want to learn the most of this.
Good evening, everybody. Actually, I just want to speak based on what Muhammad Aji said and your own. In his own angle, he said media influencer. As a media influencer, you are different from a journalist. So let's get that right. As a journalist, you have a guiding principle on what you're doing. So, for instance, in journalism, there is what we call investigative journalism. In investigative journalism, you have to write to dig deep, get your facts straight. Just like what Jafar did, I am not supporting him, rather I'm not against him. The only thing is, he did it, if he did it for public interest, for the interest of the public, then he's right. And by law, he's guided by that principle of investigative journalism. That is all.
So as a journalist, you are doing your job and you are not thinking of who you are hurting and who you are not, while influencers are allowed to be subjective. Do the women not have any questions to ask? Or expatiation or recommendations? They are the ones who understand everything. Right? You people don't want to try. Please, after her, then we are done. Please, after her.
And just like he has spoken, just like he said, an influencer, you are doing this to influence other people about a particular thing or about another person. You are doing, maybe you are doing it after money or there is no ethics attached to what you are doing. But as a journalist, you have to, there is objectives, there are ethics attached to everything that you are doing. So you have to be credible, you have to know what you are bringing out. If what you are saying is right, is correct, you are doing your job, you don't have anybody to apologize to or to be called for or anything. But as an influencer, even social media, you are doing that for after what you get because of and the additional thing you are going to get after. That is just the difference.
Thank you. Influencers are not to today they are swinging to this side, the next day they are swinging whichever way the pendulum goes. So, but journalists have a guiding principles. As long as you are telling the truth, as long as you are telling the truth, pure facts, then you are doing your job. So that's the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
I don't see any reason why you won't stand up while clapping for Chinemere for a beautiful and wonderful presentation. Earlier, Ruth asked a question about women being involved. Now, Chinemere has shown that you can be pretty, you can have brain, and then they can also participate with the courage to actually impact others. Let's clap for her once again for the huge impact she has made in our lives this afternoon. And I'm going to quickly just respond to her session with the question that my brother asked. I didn't get on him, so sorry, please. What she's just telling you is that when you are back to your local government, right, whether we oblige you or not, whether we give you money or not, whether any politician gives you money or not, of course we hope that there will be beneficial partnership that you, your community, members of LGI and your local government can have, right? If it is something that is mutually beneficial to the organization, the image of the organization, yourself, your identity, and it's credible enough to bring about the desired change in your community, why not? But what we're saying is that when you are going back now, you don't necessarily have to have this kind of screen, digital screens
for you to train your participants. No, you don't have to. We send you, we give you the materials about these things that are being taught here. You go through them. You organize your wardrobes. It can be in your house. It can be in your house. It can be any, yes. Like in Bauchi, what they did is that they had to visit some of the traditional rulers. In respect to the traditional rulers, they now held the training either in the palace or in the local government or in school. You see, you are bringing people involved in what you are doing, sir. So it's not about you alone now. It's not about the second person from the local government. It's a collective effort and then the result you are having from what you are doing. By so doing, you are not spending money, you are not begging anybody for money, and then at the end of the day, your respect is there. And the focus you are fighting for is maintained and we achieve common results, from what we have been taught here. That is exactly the simplest of things we want you to understand here. We are still going to take one last. Someone told me that you want us to stay till tomorrow morning. Is that your collective wish? Yes. I can hear the yes. Thank you. Yes. The yes. Yes. I heard someone saying, some people saying yes here. The people, thank you very much. So we are going to stay till tomorrow morning, and then we'll just finish around 10, and all of you will go. Is that okay? You are sleeping here, and all through the night you are taking the last 5 sessions. Is that okay? All right, so we'll have the last session now. I respectfully wish to invite Sanusi, Lamido, Laniyo to take the last session. Please remove the Lamido, please, so that it won't cause problem. Some of you will now approach him after the listing that is from Kano. No, it's not from Kano, it's from your state. And it's not related to Sanusi Lamido at all. But again, his brain, as I said earlier during the day, is as sharp, bright as that of Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. With a round of applause, let's welcome Sanusi Olaniyo to take the next or the last module for this evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanusi. Bless you.
Thank you, Stanley. Okay. So like Stanley said, this is the final session for the day, and it is new culture of politics, youth political participation, and governance. Here we are going to learn about the new ways young people are participating in politics and governance in particular. Next slide, please. Next. Okay. We'll go back. The previous slide. Thank you. Okay, so very quickly, this is just the previous slide. Yes, so this is data, and this is our, this is just data around the 2019 general elections and how young people participated. 84 million registered voters, with young people forming 51% of that number. So in the 2019 general elections, among the registered voters, we had 84 million registered voters. And out of that number, young people formed 51.11% of that number. So young people were the largest voting bloc in the 2019 general elections. Young people had the most PVCs. Young people were the most registered in that election. But unfortunately, we had a low voter turnout among the youths, the Nigerian youths. Young people did not really turn up to vote in that election. Next. Okay, so a critical look at the political participation and behavior of Nigerian youths indicate in the past two elections, 2015 and 2019, indicates that young people are beginning to participate in the political process. But we can do more. Like, we can do better than we have done in the two previous elections, either as candidates or as voters, or even as members of political parties. Okay? Because I remember earlier when the chairman was speaking and said young people are the largest demography in Nigeria's population today, which is true. People between the ages of 18 to 35 are the largest demography in our population today. But yet, our participation in the political process is critically low. Due to our numbers, we have the power to determine who gets into office, especially who becomes president. but we are not taking advantage of that number. We are not taking enough advantage of it. Next slide, please. So these are just definitions of politics, which I'm going to read out. One, David Easton, who is a political scientist, defined politics as the authoritative allocation of values for the society. The authoritative allocation of values for the society. Harold Laswell, another political scientist, defines politics as who gets what, when, and how. Who gets what, when, and how. Another definition of politics by Vladimir Lenin is politics is the most concentrated expression of economics. Politics is the most concentrated expression of economy. And lastly, Bernard Crick defined politics as a distinctive form of rule whereby people act together through institutionalized procedures to resolve differences, to conciliate diverse interests and values, and to make public policies in the pursuit of common purposes. So from these four definitions, some things stand out, which is one, that if we don't participate politically, then we lose out in determining how our resources are being shared. We lose out in that area. So for those of us who see politics as a game solely for the older people in Nigeria, I'm sorry to tell you, that is putting us at a disadvantage. For those of us who do not want to participate in politics, because we say politics is bad or politics is a dirty game, we are only shortchanging ourselves as young people. Because it is only through politics that the resources of the country can be maximized and made beneficial to everybody involved. It is only through politics that you can contribute to how the resources of Nigeria is being shared and is being used for the growth and development of Nigeria or anywhere else, any democratic state. So it is important for us as citizens first, then as young people who have the largest number or the largest demography in the country to be politically minded. We have to participate in politics. But also we need to bear in mind that participating in politics does not necessarily mean that you have to run for office. You don't participate in politics for the sole purpose of running for office. No. There are other roles that you can play in participating in politics. One, you can determine who your party puts out there to contest for an office, to contest an election. You can determine the policies of your party in addressing the challenges of the country. You can contribute to all of those processes. So you don't just participate in politics for the sole purpose of running for office. No, there are a lot of roles you can play in there. Next. Okay, one more definition defines politics as politics comprises all the activities of cooperation, negotiation, and conflict within and between societies, whereby people go about organizing the use, production, or distribution of human, natural, and other resources in the course of the production and reproduction of their biological and social life. Politics entails how we share our natural resources. Nigeria belongs to everybody. Everybody who is within the defined territory of Nigeria, the resources in that space belongs to every one of us. So when we leave the decision to control how that resources is being shared to a selected few in the society, there's no how we are not going there's no how we won't be at the receiving end, because mostly they would always protect their interests. But when we have a large participation, when we have widespread participation, especially from the largest demography of the population, the demography which has the highest population, which has the largest number in Nigeria's population, if we do not participate, then policies that are being made would always affect us negatively because we are not contributing to that process. We have left it to the responsibility of a selected few. So there's no way they would formulate policies or enact policies that benefits us. First, they would want to protect their own interests. So if we refuse to participate in politics, we would only complain and complain and complain with no change. But when we participate from bottom up, at the lowest level, and we contribute to party policies, to the formulation of political party policies, and we contribute to how people are selected or people are elected to contest for election within the party, then we begin to contribute to that process. We begin to make choices to protect our interests by basically participating at that level. Next slide. Political culture. What is political culture? Political culture is defined as a set of shared views and normative judgments held by a population regarding its political system. Among Nigerian youths today, we view politics as a game for older people. We view politics as something that is dirty, as something that is bad, and we refuse to get into it. But that is slowly changing. In the 2015 general elections and in 2019 general elections, while young people are the largest bloc in terms of registered voters, we also have young people who are contesting for offices now, especially in the 2019 general elections. We have more young people who come out to contest for office. Unfortunately, a lot of them were not elected. But then they came out and they put their names on the ballot. They put themselves out there to be elected. So slowly, our political culture is changing. But then we need it to change at a rapid state. We need it to be rapid. We don't need that slow change because we need to take advantage of our numbers now. And remember that politics is a game of numbers. The numbers determine everything at the end of the day. So if we have that power, if we have the power of the numbers now, why are we not taking advantage of it? Why are we not taking advantage of it to participate and leverage on our numbers so we can protect our interests out there? Gabriel Almond defines political culture as the particular pattern of orientations toward political actions in which every political system is embedded. Particular pattern of orientation. Every young Nigerian, I don't want to play politics, so politics is dirty. They kill people, they do this, they do that. But policies that are being made by those politicians affect us every day. A few weeks ago, the pump price of petrol was alleged to be, was increased actually, before the government came out and said they did not sanction that increment. That's part of it. Those policies affect us. So imagine having a young person in that office who understands what it means to be a young person, who understands the challenges that young people face in the country. Having someone like that at the decision-making table, do you think our interests will be best represented or not? Of course, our interests will be protected and well represented because the person is from our community. He or she understands what it means to be a young person in Nigeria. He or she would have faced challenges of what it means to be a young person in Nigeria. So getting into that space, being a part of that decision-making process, it is envisaged that that person would want to protect the interest of the Nigerian youth. So we need to get into that space. We need to change our orientation towards politics. And this is not just for all of us in this room. We need to go out there and reorientate fellow young persons who view politics as a game for the older generation only. When the chairman was speaking earlier, he mentioned past presidents of Nigeria and how people who have ruled us before, even when we were not born yet, are still coming back to rule us. It is still the same set of generation within the corridors of power. So at what point do we want to take over? At what point do young people want to stand up and be counted and say, okay, enough is enough. Now we are participating. Now I want to contribute to how decisions are being made in the country. I want to contribute to the decision-making process of the country. And there's no way we can do that if we do not participate in the political process, if we do not join politics. Next slide, please. Okay, so the new political culture is redefining the rules by which politics is played and replacing class politics and clientelism and patronage. Continuous challenge to many assumptions of traditional politics, leveraging emerging generational tools such as internet, social media, real-time data tracking applications. So for our generation, it is even better because technology is on the rise. It has come to stay. It is the new world order. It is how the world moves today. Technology, social media, the power of social media is so huge. And young people are the most active users of social media, especially in Nigeria today. You go on Facebook, the millions of Nigeria who owns Facebook account, I can bet you over 50% of them are young Nigerians. You go on Twitter, you go on Instagram, and we understand the power of social media, which can be used to disseminate information to a wide range of audience with one click. So young people are beginning to leverage on such tools for political participation. This is something that was not obtainable to the older generation. But then, through the use of technology and through the rise of these tools and application, we stand at an advantage over the older generation. And we've seen young people leverage on this in the past. The Not Young to Run campaign leveraged heavily on the use of social media to push their advocacy, which made a lot of young people buy into that idea, tap into it, and own it as their own initiative. So the political culture is slowly changing, yes. But also we need more young people to understand this and key into it. Next slide, please. Political participation is an essential part of modern democracies as it enables citizens to hold their government accountable. Very true. Without political participation, governments will just go in there, do what they want, and there's no form of accountability whatsoever. But as young people begin to participate more and more, accountability begins to creep into our political culture. We're beginning to hold our leaders accountable. Look at the NSAS protest. Look at how young people leverage on social media to organize and hold the government accountable for the actions of the police. And at the end of the day, the government had no choice but to bow to the pressure of young people and disband that police unit. So because political participation is essential, we need to take it serious, as young people especially. Because that's the only way we can peacefully change things. That is the only way we can peacefully begin to advocate for policies that contribute to the growth of young people, to the growth and development of young people in the country. Political participation addresses accountability and the dichotomy of private citizens and professional politicians. So, due to our orientation as seeing politics as a reserve for the older generation, there has been a sort of gradual belief that older generation just call the shots and then we live with it, like we just roll with it. But these days, we are beginning to realize the power of political participation for a young person. If I have a representative who is in office, who doesn't protect my interests as a young person, it's easy for me to go on social media and call such representative out using facts. And because I'm leveraging on the power of the social media, my agitation reaches a million other young people who understand that, okay, this is the problem that affects young persons in Nigeria. And they buy into that, and we begin to organize and demand for accountability from our representative. So it is essential for us, it is essential to the growth and development of Nigeria. It is essential to the growth and development of Nigerian youth. Political participation is really essential and important to that. Next slide, please. Okay. Youth adapting to the new normal of political participation or challenged by the status quo is a continuous process. Different strategies have worked in the previous elections, like social movements and advocacy networks through activism. The Not Young to Run campaign is one of such advocacies. It was led by youth groups, majorly by young people in Nigeria. But then they formed allies in the media, they formed allies with several newspapers, traditional and conservative newspapers. to push their message across. That's activism. But then what did that achieve for young people? It widened the space for political participation. Through the Not Too Young to Run Act, young people under the age of 30 were able to run for office. And maybe a lot of them were not elected, but that is a step towards that's a step in the right direction. Because with what happened in 2019, other young people who are not up to 30 now realize that, okay, yes, I can run. Yes, maybe I have the social capital to actually win my election. And I'm going to do that in 2023. They've also seen how these technological tools can be used, can be leveraged upon to push their election. So that activism gave young people a wider space to participate in the political process. At the age of 25, you can contest for State House of Assembly. At the age of 25, you can run for House of Representatives. This was not something that was obtainable before the 2019 that was not obtainable in the 2015 general election. But through activism of some youth groups which shared that common purpose to have young people who occupy elective office, young people who are under 30 occupy elective office, a space was created. Through that activism, through that advocacy, a space was created. And in Nigeria today, you have many social movements. The most recent one being the NSAS movement, made up of young people who were on the receiving end of police brutality, and see how young people organized and engaged the government to do something about that. That is power. That is a real power. That is turning our numbers into power. So we don't just have the numbers on paper, but if we organize ourselves, if we come together and say we want to do this, we can turn that number into power, into real power, and use it to negotiate with the older generation, use it to engage the older politicians. Next slide. Next. Political organizing. What is political organizing? Political organizing is a process where people come together into an organization that acts in their shared self-interest. So we talked about leadership, we talked about building relationships. My colleague talked about media in the 21st century. All of these are interconnected. So if you're going to go back to your community and organize politically around your shared self-interest as a young person, and being a young person does not automatically qualify you to want to lead. No. You have to possess some characteristics of a leader, of a good leader. You have to be competent, you have to have the capacity, and you need to have the character to be able to lead. But if you possess all of these and you go to your community and you organize around your political ambition, it gives you a chance to contribute to the decision-making process. A very valid chance. Organizing people is not only about solving immediate problems, like making sure your candidate gets the most votes or putting up a stop sign. No. It is also about doing this and at the same time developing the leadership, organization, and power to take on structural challenges in the long run. So I mentioned earlier that in the 2019 general elections, we had young people who are under 30, 14 of them, who got elected into different state houses of assembly across the country. In Akwa Ibom, in Oyo, in Nasarawa, you have under 30s in those state houses of assembly. So now imagine, with that reality in 2019 general elections, there is hope for young people in the 2023 general elections to run and win their elections in the 2023 general elections. So just like that passage says that organizing people is not only about solving immediate problems. No. You also take a look about the future, about the long run. What are those structural challenges that can be torn down on the long run? So it's not just about the now, but the future. I'm very sure in 2023 general elections, we are going to see more young people run for office and more young people win their election. If we can have 14 in 2019, I believe we would have more than triple that number in the 2023 general elections. So it's not about the immediate goal, no, or getting the most votes for your candidates, no. But because over time there are structural barriers that have been put in place by the sheer will of young people not participating in the political process. So because young people have left politics for the older generation for a long time, these structural barriers have been put up. And it is not something you tear down in 1 year. It is not something you pull down in 1 day. It is something that needs to be organized around and taken down on the long run. The 2019 general elections, the 2023 general elections, the 2027 general elections, until young people in large numbers begin to occupy this decision-making space, until young people in large numbers begin to contribute to the decision-making process of the country. Slowly you begin to tear down those barriers, but the organizing never stops. It is something that has to keep happening. The political organizing is something that has to keep happening. You don't just come and say, oh, because in 2019 I organized and this young person did not win, I'm not going to do that again. No. You have created an awareness in 2019. Between 2019 and 2023, the 4 years in between, you also organize more and get more young people to support your cause. And not just young people, even some members of society that are old, but who believe, who see that you possess the characteristics of a good leader who can hold office, who can deliver on campaign promises. So over time, you begin to organize just to pull down that structural barrier that has been put in place over time because young people refuse to participate in the political process. So it's a long-term process. It is not short-term. It is not something you want to do in a year. Or give up because you have done it in a year or 2 years, or because you did it in one election cycle, it did not work out, then you just rest on your oars and say, oh, that's it, I'm no longer putting in effort. No, that is not how you pull down structural barriers. Because the barrier itself did not happen in a day, it happened over time. So also it's going to take time, but slowly and with persistence, you're going to pull down that barrier, which you have to do by organizing politically around it. Next slide. So there are effective political organizing strategy. One is you need to define your goals. To effectively organize, for effective political organizing, you need to define your goals. What needs to change? And the positive disruption you are going to cause. What needs to change to give young people a chance at the election? What needs to change to give young people a chance at the decision-making process? What needs to change to ensure that young people occupy these spaces, to ensure that young people occupy spaces, the decision-making spaces, and contribute to that process? So you define that. Also, you need to know your audience. The youth, the adult candidates, the political parties. You need to know your audience. Who are those that your message has to resonate with for change to happen? Who are those that your message has to resonate with for you to cause change in that space in which you want to cause it? You need to know your audience after defining your goals. Thirdly, you need to craft your message. Your message has to be clear, has to be concise, and has to be consistent and appeal to the self-interest of your audience. Your message has to be clear. Okay? For political organizing, your message has to be clear. For example, we say for this local government, we have a large number of young voters, and due to that fact, we want a young person to be part of the decision-making process of that local government area. This is what we are trying to change. We want a young person to be chairman, or we want so number of young people to be councillors in this local government. Because we need young people to formulate policies that best serve the interests of the youth. So you need to have a clear message, and it has to be concise as well. Thirdly, you need to identify delivery methods. How do you want to deliver your message? Is it one-on-one? Is it at the national level, at the states, grassroots level, rallies, radio, social media? What medium do you want to pass your message across with? You need to identify that. You need to identify resources and gaps. Do a SWOT analysis, your strengths, your weakness, your opportunities, and your threats. Build on existing resources that are available. You need to plan next steps. Evaluate the effectiveness of your organizing. How effective is it? How have people bought into that idea that you're pushing forward? All of this helps you in developing an effective political organizing strategy. Next slide, please. Okay. So these are just some facts, some data for us to look at. 51% of the world population is under 30. 51% of the world population is under 30. But only 2% of that 51% are members of parliament. Do you understand? 51% are under 30 of the world population. But out of that 51%, only 2% are members of parliament, which is where policies are formulated, which is where laws are being made. So there is serious underrepresentation of young people in those spaces. Despite young people constituting more than half of the entire world population, that's a serious problem that needs to be fixed. That is one of the major reasons why we need to participate politically. One of the reasons why political participation should be taken seriously by every young person, especially in Nigeria. Young people were marginalized from mainstream politics and decision making. The emergence of Not Too Young to Run Act redefines our political culture. True. And political culture starts with new behaviors. So maybe politics is boring, but how do we make it fun for ourselves in such a way that it attracts other young people to participate? Because remember, politics is a game of numbers. So the more you have young people in large numbers participate, the better your chances of getting into office, the better your chances of getting into those decision-making spaces and increasing the representation of young people in those spaces. So we need to devise ways of making politics attractive as a young person. And not just sitting down and saying, oh, I'm not going to participate, like, this is not for me. So long as I have a business I manage. No, the policies that are being made at that level affect your business, positively or negatively. So is it not best that you have someone in that space that can protect your interest, so that policies that are being made favors your business? It affects everybody. Remember when we defined politics earlier, we talked about authoritative sharing of resources, of who gets what, how, and when. So if you don't contribute to that, chances are you're going to be left out. Bad policies are going to be formulated and they are going to affect you negatively. But if you complain and you take no action and you don't participate in the process, then that will continue for a long time to come. Next slide. Next. Next slide, please. Next. So what we must do, we need to use media for social change. The media industry or the media in general is a powerful tool in any society. They shape our perspectives about issues, about events. The media shapes our perspective. So if you keep watching an advert over and over and over again of a product, before you know it, you're going out there to obtain that product. The media is very strong. They shape perspectives of any society. So as young people, we need to leverage on that. We need to use the media for social change, traditional and social media. And thankfully, young people control social media. Yes, maybe governments enact policies to govern the space, but young people are active users of social media today. So we need to leverage on that. We need to leverage on that for purposeful engagement. So we're not just using it to throw bans. No. We're also using it to shine light on critical issues that affect young people, on reasons why young people need to participate in the political process. Secondly, financial capacity. This is very serious. Because today in Nigeria, young people are not favored to contest an election against the older generation. We don't have that economic power. Only very few of us do. So we need to change that as well. How do we begin to mobilize resources to favorably contest against older generation when it comes to elections? Even if we are not contesting ourselves, how do we begin to mobilize resources for young persons who have the capacity, who have the competence, and who have the character to run for office? How do we begin to support them? Thirdly, consolidation and collaboration. How do we collaborate as young people in the country? We need to do that. We need to come together as one constituency, regardless of the region where we come from, regardless of the state where we come from. The message is young people need adequate representation in the decision-making process of the country. So how do we collaborate around that? How do we consolidate on our numbers? That has to change. Next slide, please. So this is data from the 2019 general elections. Nigeria youth candidates in the 2019 elections after the passage of the Not Too Young to Run bill in 2018 was 34.2%. So out of 100% of candidates in that election, 34.2 were young people that contested for office. But sadly, 1%, only 1% was elected. That's after the passage of the Not Too Young to Run bill. Out of the 34.2 youth candidates that we have, just 1% was elected. Again, how do we raise this figure in the 2023 general elections? How do we increase this? Because clearly we are the largest demography in the country. So how do we turn our numbers into real power? Political organizing is seriously needed to do that. We need to change our orientation towards politics, towards political participation. After the EndSARS protest, a lot of talk on social media was, how do we turn this agitation towards mobilizing people, young people, to participate in the political process ahead of the 2023 general elections? How do we keep that fire burning? Because now we realize that if we're not in that space and policies that are not bad for us are made, we can only vent and cry, but we cannot make real change. We cannot cause actual change except we get into that space, except we participate politically, either as voters or as candidates in the election. So it is very important that political participation is taken seriously to increase that 1% in the 2023 general elections. 34.2% of candidates and then just 1% elected. That is serious. Next slide. The key word for the Not Too Young to Run campaign is take action. Do something. Take action in your community, in your society. Take action. Okay? We talked about leadership is taking action to enable others to achieve purpose under uncertain circumstances. So in your little corner, you don't have to run for governor. You don't even have to run for state house of assembly member. But if you are able to identify someone within your community who possess the qualities to hold that office. Why not organize around that person? Support that person, secure commitment for that person to give he or she a better chance at winning the election. So if you're thinking, oh, I don't have that much influence, or it's just me, no. Take action. Your little effort might be what pushes that person over the finishing line on election day. Your little effort might turn into something big and galvanize bigger support for that young person to contest and win election. So we must always take action. We need to orientate fellow young people on the need for political participation, on the need to participate in the political process of the country. It is very important. Next slide. Yes, so this is the final slide. When youths organize, voice their opinions, play a meaningful role in political decision making, they are likely to foster a long-lasting positive change. When young people organize, earlier this morning we heard how some of our past leaders attained their political posts at a very young age. So historically, we've always had young people in Nigeria hold these positions. But as the years went by, and because of the culture of the Nigerian youth towards politics, it became a reserve for the older generation only. So first, that mentality has to change. We need to drum it into the ears of every young person in the country today that political participation is key to your survival as a young person in this country. It is key to your success as a young person in this country. So you might establish a business and be doing good, and the government wakes up one day and formulates a policy that is bad for your business, and that puts you into penury. It might be in healthcare, where the government enacts a policy that negatively affects you as a young person. But remember that these resources is owned by everybody inhabiting that territory, inhabiting this country. So it is important and it is imperative for young people to organize, to voice our opinions, to organize, to come together and participate politically, to give ourselves a chance at the decision-making process, to give ourselves a chance to elect a leader who understands what growth and development means for the average young Nigerian, who understands the challenges faced day by the young Nigerian, and who is ready to protect the interest of the young Nigerian. It starts from that level, from the political party level. So you don't join political parties, you leave it for the older generation. They put whoever they want there, who goes there to protect his interest and that of his supporters. That is always going to have adverse effects on us as young people. So when youth organize, when we voice our opinions, we play a meaningful role in political decision making. And that is likely to foster a long-lasting positive change. We need to participate politically, please. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I'll take questions and comments. Just 2 questions.
Good evening all. My name is Mohammed Abdullahi from Mokwa local government. Mine is a comment, not question. Talking about youth participation in politics, I believe that most of us are participating, but in the wrong direction, in a way that we don't tend to understand. And for few of us who are opportune to be elected into offices, for example, when you take statistics of councillors in Niger State, I can proudly say that over 90% are youths. But do they make policies that will favor other youths? Do they intervene when government policies affect other youths negatively? No. They only go there to know care for themselves and their families. I think that is the major orientation we need to change, especially in Niger. Another aspect to it is almost all of us here and other youth in the States tend to give our support to the older generation just because of the financial benefits. Even though we know that there is need for our representative in the system, we don't care. So the issue of lack of participation, I don't think is that serious. But changing of the orientation is what matters, especially in Niger. We have youths in so many offices, but do they care about what happened to other youths? Do they listen to the cries of the youth? For example, recently State's environmental board also was demolishing small businesses around Mina. We are hoping that these councillors will come up with a kind of agitation, looking at the pandemic we are in, the recession, the everything, but nobody cares. So I just believe we should change our orientation. We shouldn't go there. For few of us, the opportunity to be there, we shouldn't be there for ourselves, but collective youth constituency.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me another opportunity. I want to share with the young people that are privileged to be in this very unique program today. You see, one will talk of youth in politics. Let me share this very brief story. 2015, I contested for councillor in my ward. And let me be very frank at this point. Do you know what happened? That time I was below 30. And the person that was contesting with me was more than 40. And the only thing youth of my own age were telling me is, you are too small to become a councillor in our ward. And I was like, at the age of 27, I am still too small to contest. And what really happened at the end of it is that people we respect so much within our community are the same people that connive with the same youth in my own ward to snatch my ballot boxes while I'm winning someone at 40. So one thing we need to understand is we can never get it right, even if we are going to be lecturing ourselves from now to tomorrow, only and until we begin to believe in ourselves. If I believe in you, you believe in me, we get it right. But the truth of the matter is influence, money influence. Because then I don't know how to describe my financial status then compared to now. And the only thing I was beating with is money and my contemporaries who have joined hands with our leaders to snatch my boxes. So I want to advise that this mindset should be one of the most important things we put into cognizance. Because if your mind is not set, we will never get it right. Thank you so very much.
So mine is question in the definition of politics. I picked one keyword, which is negotiation. And today, negotiation. Yes, I picked that keyword. And in many cases, that is what we are facing with our leaders. We need to understand most of our leaders, they don't have the power to contest, just as our brother have said. But you have a Godfather that will tell you, if I make you to win, we'll be sharing a salary or some kind of things like that. So, sir, what do we do in this case?
I'll take one more question.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Haruna Saidu Kimboko, Mokwa Local Government. Actually, I want to shed more light on this issue of youth in politics, and youth are not given chance in politics. The truth of the fact is, first of all, as we are seated here, how many of us belong to a political party? That is the first question we will ask ourselves. The second question is, how many of us have a voter's card? After that, after having a voter's card, how many of us go out in the day of election to cast our vote. Most of us seated here don't do that. Lastly, to the issue of godfatherism. If you look at what happened in America between the sitting president and Barack Obama. Joe Biden was vice president to Barack Obama. And in the process of that same election, Barack Obama took out, mobilized from different states so that Joe Biden will win that same election. That same process that take place in America, you also classify it as godfatherism. In Nigeria context, believe me sincerely, if we can't empower ourselves, we can't empower our youth, we can't cure poverty in our society, believe me sincerely, if we continue talking from now till tomorrow, our youth will go back to sell their vote because of 50 naira. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, we'll take more questions, but just to respond to these questions first. You talked about negotiation in politics and how do... Okay, so we need to understand that in politics there are diverse interests. Okay? And at the end of the day, everything still boils down to numbers. Yes, you always have to negotiate because different groups, different sectors of society want to protect their own interests. So it's a matter of give and take. But because we are the largest demography in the country today, we have the numbers and we can always leverage on our numbers to make sure that our interests are protected. Yes, you have to negotiate, but due to the power of our numbers, we can always make sure that at the end of the day, our interests are more protected than that of other groups, which is why we have to participate in large numbers. So having few young people, and I remember I said earlier that being a young person does not automatically mean that you are fit for that office. You have to possess some qualities, some specific qualities of a good leader. So you can't just say because I'm young, elect me. No. What are the qualities that you possess that would make people buy into your vision or into your ambition to want to occupy that office? That would make people trust you to do a good job when you get into office. And about the comment about young people not going out to vote, young people not joining political parties, it is all part of what we are saying. We need to change that orientation. We need to understand that if we refuse to go out to vote on election day, political party members are going to vote for their members, and at the end of the day, it is not going to reflect the will of the people. So our refusal to go out to vote or our refusal to participate in politics gives them that room to always emerge as winners. But if we have a large number of people participating, either as political party members, either as candidates or as voters on election day, then we will have a wide range of competent people who are going to emerge as winners. We'll have a wide range of competent people who are going to emerge as flag bearers of their political party. Because then it's not just determined by a small number of the society. So we need political participation in large numbers.
I'm Deborah Jiri from Idati. Mine is not a question. Like you said, that political organizing is a very serious, we need it at this time. Like, I want to disagree with him when he said, how many of us have voters card? How many of us belong to a party, a political party? Many of the youths belong to political parties. A large number of youths are participating in politics. But the problem is the political organizing we are supposed to do now is on the orientation we have towards this voters card we have, and then our participation should not be in the negative way. We should participate to add add positively, not being thugs to politicians, but we should be, as youths, we are supposed to add value to bring representation, large percentage of youth representation. So that is our focus of political organizing at this time.
I remain Abdullahi Yelwa from Bako Local Government. During your lectures, you said we should hold our representative accountable. And these days, if you try to hold our representative accountable, they start threatening you with security. So which other means can you use to hold them accountable?
That is why you have the social media. Okay? If you go on social media and you draw out and you hold your representative accountable, and you also make sure that that message resonates with youth from your constituency, you all share the same representative. And not just youth, but people in your constituency. You draw attention to that thing your representative is doing that is bad, and which is why you're holding he or she accountable. So when a large number of people start to talk about that, the representative would understand that he or she stands the risk of not getting re-elected. So you don't just elect people and go back home and sit and say, oh, I've elected you, go and perform your job. No. You have to understand, you have to follow them day by day, understand what they are doing in the assembly or whatever office you elect them into. You have to monitor the things they are doing. So when you see that they are going against their campaign promises or they are participating in policies that would affect you negatively, you start to speak out. You use the media in particular, and you also try to engage with the representative. Maybe he or she does not consult regularly with the constituents. You organize town hall meetings, you write letters, you organize yourself as a group and pay the representative a visit and make your grievances known. But you don't have to be confrontational with that. You can always engage in a civilized manner. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I hereby recommend the organizers of this very important program, but I observe as follows. Most of the paper presented, since you know that you are coming to deliver papers like this, you could have made hard copy available for participants so that you can peruse through it, so that from there we can have standard questions to answer. That is one. Secondly, I believe most of us in this hall, from the selection process, are educated ones. And the people that participate actively in Nigerian politics today are not educated. Because most of things that goes wrong in our political activities, like snatching of bosses and whatever, I don't think there is somebody in this hall that can snatch boss. So, as you are training the elites, did you have plan to train non-elites as well? Because I was outside some hours ago. Most of the people that our politicians use for political gain, some of them are at the gate. They were saying, I want to speak outside, that they are training the educated elites inside. Let them finish, they'll come back and meet us. And those guys will stand by what? Their words. Because our politicians, they are not after me and you. Because they know you cannot be used. Lastly, you are training youths now. Did you have it in your plan to train our leaders too? Because our leaders are the problems. You are very fortunate to come from South. There was one picture going viral on social media one time. Tinubu was sitting in a round table with all his boys that are something in Nigeria today. But in the north here, when your guy is sitting in the chair, all others will be sitting on ground. So if you are training youth, what plan do you have to train our leaders that are subjected youth to the gig?
Thank you. I'll just quickly respond to your question about the non-elites. I think it is part of the political organizing that you have to do as young people. So you identify the fact that there are people in your society who are not well educated, who do not make informed decisions when it comes to election, and whom the politicians take advantage of. Yes, so the onus falls on you as an educated young person to also enlighten them on how to make informed decisions, especially when it comes to elections. It can be tough, yes, but it is about you taking action to correct that flaw in the society. You speak the same language, you speak the same dialect, and based on that, you can easily connect to them. So it is on you as that informed young person to enlighten that uninformed young person on why he or she needs to make informed decisions, on what he or she needs to look out for when it comes to voting for candidates in an election. Okay, does that answer your question? So yes, you always, it is a society, it is collective action. It is collective action. So you don't just leave it to a group that is training. No, you also have to take that responsibility yourself as a leader to enlighten them. So we'll take 3 more questions and that's it.
Thank you very much. I still remain Hassan Jibril Musa from local government. Let me presume and assume that this leadership training will equip us with leadership skills in community development participation process and identify the needs and assets of the community and harmonize these resources and swing into action to make life better. And another component I assume is that it's going to equip us with the leadership skills in political participation process. Now, it is based on this that I come up with this practical statement, having listened to your lecture, that if you want to make a change, seize power. If you wish to seize power, you need to be actively involved in the power seizing process in a form of participation. As a result, youth need to be actively involved in the political system of Nigeria in order to seize power to bring about the effective change we all aspire and desire. Now, during your lecture, you said political organization has to do with people coming together to do something for their own self-interest. And if political organization should be built on self-interest of a group based on this leadership training, then there is going to be a kind of political discrimination, backwardness, and can also lead to it can lead to a political platform which involves political friends, friends of family. Policy is going to be a group for family and friends. Now, I rather say that it should be built on the general interest of the masses or public. So these 2 questions are for you. Please, I would like to know who is a young person and at what age. Then you made mention that 51% of the population that partook in the general election 2019 was youth or young person. Then what criteria do you use to measure this percent? Thank you very much.
Okay. So in Nigeria, there's a national youth policy. Are you listening? Hello? Okay. In Nigeria, there's a national youth policy that defines young person or young people who are between the ages of 15 to 29 as being young. But also, Nigeria is signatory to the African Youth Charter, which categorizes a young person as being between the ages of 18 to 35. So you can say a young person in Nigeria is officially it's 15 to 29. But because we are also a signatory to that African Youth Charter, which defines a young African as someone between the ages of 18 to 35. So you can say a young person is the person between the ages of 15 to 35. And for the data, for the 51.11% data, those are people between the ages of 15 to 35. Yes, they're registered as voters in 2019 general elections. So 51.11% of registered voters in the 2019 general elections are between the ages of 15 to 35. Okay? Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me exercise a little quality of leadership Without any fear of contradiction, I can see many of us here are hungry because I begin to see people too. What I will say, sir, is that issue pertaining issue of politics. I will contribute because I have little knowledge pertaining politics. I started politics at the age of 18 years. I started politics 99 to date. So the truth of the matter is that we are the problem of politics. That is the truth of the matter. The youths, we are the problem. When you talk about participation in politics, pertaining political party or what have you, we have the utmost right to join any political party and contest. But to be sincere, we are the problem of ourselves. Lastly, sir, as I said, we are hungry. Thank you, sir.
Objection. Thank you. Sir, just one last question and that's it.
Thank you very much. Please permit me to sit down. I can't stand up. All right. My name is Adamu Tauko. I'm from Kacha local government once again. What I want to talk about is, I'm not going to ask a question. I'm going to state a very obvious fact. You see, if you look around Niger State, Nigeria at large, you see people masquerading as youths, but they are not youths. They are masquerading as youths. They take up positions as youths, but they come back and face the youths and tell us and tell us things about you need to get up, you need to join politics. How are we going to join politics when old people, 40, 50s, are holding positions as youths? Minister of Youth of Nigeria is 54 years old. Our Commissioner of Youth in Niger State, I'm sorry, I don't know his age, but he's very old too. This is the truth. This is the truth.
Okay, it all boils down to political participation as a young person. If you don't get into those spaces, then you can't determine how the representative is chosen. So you need to participate. One last thing, if you're looking to contest in the 2023 general elections, after the Not Young to Run campaign, the Ready to Run campaign was formed. What Ready to Run does is to support competent young Nigerians who want to run for office. We support them and we inspire them to run for office. Okay? I'm sorry I'm not projecting that, but Ready to Run is readytorunng.org. www.readytorunng.org. So you can log on to the website and see the offers that Ready to Run has for young people. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good evening.
Let's clap more for Mr. Sanusi Lamido. Thank you very much, Sanusi. God bless you for your fine thoughts and then for giving us something to be a guide on how best we can take it up from here, after the event this weekend. This is how we are going to take it from this point for our lunch. I know that you're not hungry, right? But we just want to top up and then ensure that we'll come back for something bigger. So the first 2 rows here, we've shared your dinner ticket, right? Just the first 2 rows, and you have to go up for the dinner. You take your the left stairs. This is the way it's going to be. Just come down first. When you go up for your lunch, take your lunch within 3 minutes, and then you come back for your dinner stipend. We have something for you for dinner. We're not coming here to talk again. Just come down so that other people can go up and then it will give you something to go. Then when you are back, other people can now go. Before then, now, why just keep your things here, your materials, they are safe. While these first persons are going up, I have the pleasure of inviting again Ms. Chinemerem, who couldn't finish some thoughts line that she wanted also to add for you. You know, as I told you, there's nothing more I like in this life like seeing a lady who is as pretty as she is, and then see how the fine intellect, to express herself deeply, and then to communicate expressively as she has. So I will give her again like 30 more minutes, so that she can take you through why we are having the lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stanley. I'm not going to make any more speeches. I just want to clarify something. So I understand that many of us need the materials for the presentations. The one on organization, leadership, political participation, and even the one on communication. So instead of sending it one to each person, because many of you have met us to send the slides to you. So we are going to avail the material, we are going to avail the organizers of these materials, and maybe by the end of tomorrow, then you can get all the materials. You can't keep sending them individually, please. So by tomorrow, thank you. By tomorrow, you can meet Stanley and get all of them. Thank you very much.
Are you a Nigerian youth who is passionate about leadership? You don't have to give up on being one of the leaders of tomorrow. Get Involved Leadership Training powered by Lead Generation Initiative through Honorable Shina Abiola Pella have chosen to empower youths across Nigeria to actively get involved in leadership roles for a better Nigeria.
What we are doing here today will be replicated in all the 36 states in Nigeria.
With the maiden edition of GiLT already taking place in Oyo State. And the follow-up edition in Osun State.
This program has really opened our eyes to see that we can go beyond politics to take up the leadership role, even in our immediate environment.
It's not without mixing words. It's a fantastic experience, and that I'm sure if this is to be a master class that to be paid for, we should worth $1,000, more than $1,000.
Followed by Bauchi.
It is very important that women get involved. I'm very pleased to see more women here than we've had in Oyo and Osun State.
And I'm sure if we all are doing the same thing, if I'm doing the same thing that you're doing in your community, at the end of the day we'll be changing the whole nation.
Get Involved Leadership Training is a leadership incubating course for young leaders. We are coming together as youth under the platform of Lead Generation Initiative to be trained as leaders of tomorrow.
And Gombe states, respectively.
Being a leader is a responsibility that is placed on someone, regardless of whether you are a man or a woman.
We sincerely appreciate the effort of the management for their timeliness, efficiency, and
As Professor Mlama intimated in his presentation, he says throughout the ages the battle has always been the battle of the mind. Say if your mind is conquered, then you are going nowhere. The chairman and his entire management and the organizers have conquered my mind. So therefore I said a big thank you, and thank you for giving me this golden opportunity.